months are gone. Talk about systems, who's the boss that gets with them. With it, and you feel me, you'll feel me with the big connect. Talk to me now if you're amped, if you're hamped, if you ham on whole wheat for the knowledge that's zero. Nothing, nil, nada nor zilch, residual around this bad toxic waste. I'll trust your setup like I trusted your mama. Shows. People do your best to take them, says Pickle Heart Liver Thief. I like to make them. I like my curves like my workout machines. Elliptical. My products use factors impractical. Might not be post-quantum, but whoever is getting them's glad that they got them. They call me Strauss Bitter, but I ain't no Sith. My homie Digger, it fell off a cliff. And free-fall inspector cryptic calculation, not a main, not a should, not a might, but a must. Homie big terminal philosophy. Give me snark, give me proof, give me bill. I expect consensus and nothing less. Real work for tip sets. You try to grind, try to dodge my chain. Well then, fuck you, let me explain. The coin is the file, and the file is the coin. It's a transubstantiation racket, a crypto-economic packet. It's a virtual state machine, replicated, proven to be obscene in several geopolitical jurisdictions. Xing out engineers like historical fictions. We call it wartime, and it ain't no joke. It's a mountain of thermal paste, billowing smoke. It's a problem hard and indiscreet. It's a logjam of bad ram, and it's death robust. Picture a puzzle in. Rewrite it and rest. I'm really worried. How worried I'm dead. I broke the proof. Well, that makes me sad. But I might have a plan to make it all right. I think you just asked me to stay up all night. Snark, give me proof, give me fill. I expect consensus and nothing less. You'll work for tip sets too. You try to grind, try to dodge my chain. Well then, for you, let me explain. Well then, for you, let me explain. The coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the file is the coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the coin is the coin is the coin.
Hey everyone, great to see you. It's really exciting to be here with you for day two. I'm looking forward to looking at what's coming next in Filecoin this year. So one second, I'm not getting my screen. One second. Can we get the screen up? There we go. All right, let's get started. Let's look ahead to year two. Again, happy 1 year anniversary to the entire Filecoin network. It's awesome to be celebrating this huge milestone together. This has been a phenomenal week with tons of activity going on across the entire ecosystem, across many countries, tons of meetups going on around the world, tons of different sessions. A huge thank you to all of the organizers that put this together. This is a huge endeavor to pull together a conference of this magnitude. So, huge thank you to everybody who created these spaces for the community to gather. And we have a phenomenal lineup for you today. There's a ton of amazing conversations, so be sure to check the schedule and flip around between the stages and go to the talks that you find most interesting. What I'll do today here is just go through some of the exciting things that we can look ahead to in this year. As a reminder, Filecoin is a crypto-powered storage network. It's the storage network of Web3, and its mission is to create a decentralized, efficient, and robust foundation for humanity's information. The Filecoin network is a combination of different subsystems and modules. It involves a blockchain, a protocol, and a network, and a decentralized market that forms a storage cloud. It has a whole app platform, a decentralized economy, and a large and growing ecosystem providing an open service. There are many different parts to this whole picture, and a lot of different people are building this whole network. So one of the things I wanted to start with is yesterday, Molly gave a talk that looked through Filecoin at mainnet liftoff, and then looked at Filecoin now, and went through a bunch of different features. So what we have achieved in the last year, this is a huge celebration of the tech difference. At the very beginning of the year, we had about 6.6 exabytes. Now we have about 12, so we have greatly increased the network storage capacity. We have greatly increased the chain bandwidth. We have greatly increased the network security now with 3 implementations on mainnet. Really fantastic to see these come online. We've delivered a ton of upgrades, network upgrades in this time frame, bringing in lots of changes suggested by many people around the network. And we've also managed to drop the storage cost of the network to mostly free, especially with Filecoin Plus. So we have this amazing condition right now in the Filecoin network where you can basically store vast amounts of data for long-term deals. This could be like 3, 4, 5-year deals, mostly free. So this is a kind of really fantastic position for all of the people coming into the Filecoin network at the moment. Make sure to take advantage of this awesome deal. In this time period, we've also created a ton of interfaces and applications to help onboard lots of developers, many different vertical use case specific websites and so on that are helping onboard lots of data into the network. There's a ton of cross-chain integrations, hundreds of applications and tools, and there's a massive ecosystem momentum with 10,000 developers, many hundreds of projects and organizations, and at least 60 new startups building on the network. And one of the most important achievements, and one of the things that we're going to be focusing in for the next year, is the fraction of useful storage, and just the sheer amount of that has greatly increased in this period. Now storing 6.5 million NFTs and 30 petabytes of storage. This is by far the largest storage network in the centralized world, and it is starting to contend with a centralized storage network. So this is a really great future for Filecoin. Really fantastic achievement. Everybody should feel really proud of getting here. So what's next? Let's look ahead to a few different areas of development that I think are super interesting, and I want to kind of go through a bunch of things that I'm personally super excited about, and I think a lot of people around the network will find interesting. So first and foremost, let's scale the client usage. So that's one of the big things that lots of people are going to be focused on, is to greatly increase the amount of clients using the network. And this involves all kinds of onboarding through different developer on-ramps, making new developer on-ramps, helping many different groups have a great success story, helping people figure out how to use the software, writing new better documentation, improving the UX, and so on. This might also involve creating more use specific tools for different verticals. So again, either developer tooling or developer platforms, or specific consumer-oriented applications that tune to some specific use case, like the personal storage use case. Or we'll start to see some other specific things, so things like photo storage and whatnot. In this time period, we're going to be onboarding a huge amount of data into Filecoin. I hear this about on the order of 200 petabytes waiting to come online of client data that is starting to onboard into the network, with about 600 plus organizations getting started with Filecoin, trying it out, running pilots, and getting going. So this is a vast amount of data coming online. It's going to be a huge endeavor to bringing it onto the network. In this time here, I think we'll also be making a ton of super interesting consumer storage products. So like chain save files or space.storage, we'll probably see more applications like this crop up. I have two requests out there for people building applications. One would be a tool to fill kind of the personal backup stories. So think of things like Carbonite and so on, being able to just back up your personal devices and so on to Filecoin. And the other is a photos application. It would be really great to be able to start to store photo galleries and be able to do sharing to friends and so on with a product sort of tuned for personal photos and whatnot. That's a huge one of the things that people want cloud storage for in their personal lives is storing photos and videos and sharing them with friends and family and whatnot. And it would be fantastic to see that develop either as an extension and a feature in some of the applications like chain save files and space.storage, or it could be a dedicated application on its own. I think in the time period, we'll also be storing tons of developer artifacts on GitHub. So this might be package manager registries, containers, VMs, and so on. Special shout out to Valis, who's creating a whole set of tools to be able to publish all kinds of different software artifacts directly onto IPFS and Filecoin. I think it would be fantastic to be able to look back either a year from now or 2 years from now and just see a huge fraction of all of the tooling that developers use leverage the free storage on Filecoin and the free distribution. Let's connect to all of the other chains. So we have a fantastic momentum building integrations and bridges to a number of other blockchains. Let's keep that up and really connect to all the groups and enable them to be able to leverage Filecoin and leverage the useful storage primitives and so on. And this will get even more interesting and more powerful for them once computation arrives on the network. I think one thing that a lot of people are waiting for and working hard towards building is the retrieval market. So I think in this year we can make as a community build, create a huge effort to ship the retrieval market, get it all working, and bring online the CDN style capabilities of the network so that we can get really fast retrieval and we can have high bandwidth to all users and so on. Let's make storage providing easier. So right now it's still pretty difficult to be a storage provider. It would be fantastic to drop the difficulty of that, and that'll be a combination of a ton of R&D in the protocol layer and in the crypto algorithms layer, or in the writing of proofs and so on. In other cases, it'll be changing of actors in the chain and whatnot. And in a lot of times, it'll be just facilities and other systems around the network, or financial services, or other kinds of systems to be able to help storage providers get started, learn about the systems and so on. A huge shout out to groups like Secure Finance and others who are working pretty hard to create good financial services for mining groups. One of the huge things that a lot of us are really passionate about is to make Filecoin green. The Filecoin Green project is getting off the ground, and it has a phenomenal vision and lots of ambitious goals. It'd be really amazing to be able to look back a year from now and ideally at that point be carbon neutral, and ideally carbon negative. That would be a fantastic achievement. That's a really ambitious goal. Let's try to make it and go from there. And it's useful to, as a reminder for everybody, we're still in stage one of the network development and economy development. So let's focus on improving all the different factors there and making it towards stage two. There's still kind of the network's just 1 year old, right? So it's still a baby network in its infancy in terms of its capabilities being fleshed out, feature sets being built out, all kinds of user development flows and whatnot. And so I think this is still like a lot of different features and whatnot are coming online. So many development groups are working on those. Many storage providers are working on those. Let's keep at it and keep improving the quality across the board. Something that I'd love to be able to see is to make the Filecoin economy much more self-reliant. So this means in the sort of export economy view of the Filecoin network, being able to do much more of the activity involved in the production of cloud storage directly within the boundaries of the economy. So this means being able to buy and sell critical goods to storage providing directly in Filecoin. So this might mean hardware like disks, GPUs, computers, data center equipment, all of that kind of stuff. And it might also mean critical services for providers and developers and researchers and so on, like data center services, electric power, food, rent, banking, and so on. Like all of that kind of infrastructure coming online to support the Filecoin economy will help make the economy itself much stronger and be able to leverage into the advantages of the economy to increase to make the import-export model of the economy gave a lot of advantages to all the different participants transacting and trading with the rest of the world. One thing that a lot of us have been waiting for with bated breath is the ability to use smart contracts directly on Filecoin and be able to start adding user-defined applications. We've always had it as a long-term plan to be able to do this. Finally, the time is now. The talk right after mine from Raul will introduce the Filecoin virtual machine to you. Really exciting to see that now that we've built out the storage layer, we can start introducing different kinds of computation on top. And not only computation in terms of smart contracts directly on the chain and affecting state on the chain, but also computation over the data. So one of the big goals for the network is to be able to facilitate computation over users' data stored on Filecoin. So this might mean being able to do schedule jobs or run functions around the data that some particular source provider is storing. There's a lot of different structures for doing this. Many different computation models. We'll build towards that, and we'll build upon we need the computation layer of on-chain user-defined smart contracts to be able to get there. One really massive effort is going to be to be able to scale the chain state and the computation that the Filecoin network can do. Right now, we're already we've already seen the limits of blockchain bandwidth and so on, and we know that we need to be able to hit in order to be able to use Filecoin and blockchain networks to power the large-scale infrastructure of the world. Networks like this need to be able to deal with internet-level workloads, and this means massive amounts of transactional throughput. So I think that the Filecoin network should set as a goal not to get to just a few 100,000 transactions per second, but billions of transactions per second or trillions of transactions per second eventually, and to be able to offer fast local finality. So this means being able to clear transactions within a city or within a data center much faster than the finality in around the world. So this is a huge, ambitious endeavor, of course. Lots of different blockchain networks are working towards this, and this will be a large group effort. I'll plug Marco's talk later today that talks about the strategy that the various different development groups around Filecoin are thinking about to get here. I'm super excited to see the world of NFTs transition into virtual worlds around blockchain networks. And so one of the next big leaps will be to be able to store full virtual worlds directly on Filecoin. So it'd be fantastic to be able to work with these groups to bring the storage online. And there are many other groups getting started, so great to work with them. And one other really important development that's happening around the world is that the metaverse is coming online. So through all of these different fractions of interactivity here and there, we're starting to piece together different experiences and high quality environments that are forming the metaverse, and the protocol layers connecting these environments and allowing participants to navigate between them or transact between them and so on are all coming online. So we're getting started on the metaverse. That's going to take, of course, many months and years to really flesh out. But it's already really amazing to see the kind of things that people are building. A huge shout out to the different groups building museums and galleries to be able to showcase 2D and 3D NFTs. I think that's where it starts. That's where the metaverse is being born. And also a huge shout out to the Mona team and who's running the Filecoin Forum build out competition, which is producing just really fantastic, amazing 3D environments. So perhaps maybe in a year we'll be getting together in the Filecoin Forum and having this conversation live in a 3D space. And of course, naturally, we'll lean into scaling the builder funnel to many more projects and startups. Hundreds of groups are getting help and support and are being able to take their projects from early hacks all the way into building businesses. It'll be great to see this scaled out to many more hundreds of projects and startups. And so let's continue growing the Filecoin ecosystem. We're in a fantastic breakout trajectory. Let's keep it going. Let's grow a lot more. And I can't wait to see what everybody builds. It's going to be a fantastic year. And one last note, if you aren't working in the team yet, and you're just an individual around the Filecoin network, or you're just thinking of getting started, there are tons of teams that are hiring right now. This is most of the teams that I talk to are growing. So join a team, get started, and help us build the future. I'll leave you with some advice, which is remember to think long term. These things, what we do now will help shape the future. So remember that the components that you introduce into your systems and software applications today are going to impact how people think and use technology in the future. So remember to kind of build the right thing, and to be resilient. All kinds of challenges will arrive, and so on. Let's create a super resilient network, deal with those challenges as we go as a group, and do what's best for everyone. And now I'll pass it over to what I think is one of the most important things happening this entire week. I'll hand it off to Raul to introduce the Filecoin virtual machine and all of the really exciting plans we have there. Thank you.
All right, so welcome to day 2 of Filecoin Orbit. I'm tremendously excited to be sharing this 1-year anniversary with the Filecoin ecosystem. My name is Raul Kripalani, and I've been at Protocol Labs for 3 years and a half, where I've been tech leading projects like Libby2P, Testground, and several Filecoin initiatives. My latest focus these days is the Filecoin virtual machine, and this is what I'm here to talk to you all about. So today, the Filecoin network is a storage and retrieval-centric network. We can think of these two primitives as together being the layer 0 of the stack. And today, Filecoin is able to provide reliable storage and retrieval for humanity's most valuable data. And you've heard it many times before all throughout this event, but the Filecoin network is currently providing 12 exabytes of data and capacity being offered by 3,400 and more storage providers. But storage is only the start. The goal of the FVM, which is what we're introducing today and announcing to the world, is to enable users to deploy their own smart contracts on the Filecoin blockchain. We call them actors in the Filecoin programming model. And this introduces the ability to perform on-chain computation or computation of a state, which can be thought as sort of like resolving the layer 1 of the Filecoin capability stack. Once you have layer 0, which is storage, and you have layer 1, which is computation over state, so this is on-chain computation, there are many, many, many new downstream use cases that can emerge either on-chain or also off-chain. And those off-chain use cases are what we call layer 2 use cases. And those are things like computation over data. I'm going to go into more detail in the next slides. Now, this slide just illustrates some of the most powerful use cases that the FVM can enable. And these are use cases that I'm personally very excited about. These are things like data DAOs, the Dataverse and tokenized data sets, NFTs minted, exchanged, and stored under a single roof under the Filecoin network. Things like replication workers. Imagine anybody should be able to write a new smart contract that makes new deals to maintain a specific level of replication of a specific data set or data being added to the network by a given client. Things like trustless reputation systems or storage bounties and auction mechanisms. If you're familiar with Filecoin today, you know that clients have to find providers to store their data with. But imagine inverting that process such that clients post bounties and have providers compete for storing that data. That those use cases are currently not possible, but will be possible with the FVM and layer 1. things like futures and derivatives on storage that compose in a DeFi-like fashion, or things like, for example, conditional loans to providers for sector pledging, or time-locked retrieval, perpetual storage, you name it. There are so many things that can be built on the FEM that we're so excited about. And we really want to get you thinking about the possibilities here. Now, if you think about it, use cases like these are actually hard, if not impossible, to build with centralized and cloud storage solutions. And this is where Filecoin and the FEM are really going to shine. I'm going to deep dive into some of these use cases in the next slides. Dataverse and data DAOs. Imagine kickstarting the dataset economy by tokenizing datasets in order to capture and represent the value of those datasets to society. Imagine if those tokens were harvested and exchanged between peers to request things like computation to be performed on that data. Things like, for example, validation or transformations, feature detection and extraction, machine learning, analysis, and a lot more. Now, chain these processes together and you will end up compounding the value and augmenting the value of those data sets iteratively. And just to top it all up, imagine deploying self-governing entities on-chain to steward, maintain, curate, preserve those data sets that are really valuable to humanity. And like potentially those data DAOs could be funded by crowdfunding. So this is one of the use cases that I'm personally really excited about to see happen with the FEM. Another use case that is very interesting is replication workers. So imagine being able to write actors or smart contracts that take one piece of data and make sure that it's replicated n times across the network, and obeying and using a user-defined policy that specifies things like the region selection or the latency, price, or other things, other characteristics. Now, this thing would actually solve a pain point present today in the network, where clients, if they want to store n copies of a piece of data with a number of providers, they have to perform the data transfer of that data to every single provider. So this would basically offload the cost of that data transfer to somebody to an actor that is being incentivized for it in a trustless manner. Another really exciting thing is the ability to have layer 2 systems commit onto the layer 1 of the Filecoin blockchain. And this provides consensus-backed commitment and provability facilities for solutions like bridges, such as, for example, textile bridges and other bridges that have been built with the Flow blockchain, with Near, with the Ethereum blockchain, Polygon, and a lot more, who are currently operating without a layer 1 commitment on the Filecoin network. So kudos to them. But really, to make this whole process end-to-end provable and traceable, having a layer 1 medium where layer 2s can commit to is extremely important. Another set of use cases that I'm very excited about is bringing richer functionality to storage market, such as, for example, auto-renewing deals, the ability to renew deals without repeating data transfers over and over again when deals expire, when deals get slashed, self-repairing deals. So say, for example, a provider has sectors that fail and they want to recover that data. Instead of having clients send that data over to them again, they could harness those replication workers to have that data sent back to them again and the sector restored. Things like, for example, retrying deals, where clients dispatch their deal data to a depot and pay a small fee to have the deal data be transmitted, satisfactorily delivered to the provider. Things like time-locked retrieval, making storage deals with data that cannot be retrieved by anyone until a specific window of time elapses, trustless reputation systems with so many providers in the Filecoin network. How do you pick the ones that you want to deal with based on the quality of service, guarantees, performance, latency, region? There are already a bunch of solutions in the ecosystem, but imagine being able to build a overlay network of nodes that are patrolling the network, performing observations and recording them on the blockchain so that reputational scores can be calculated in a trustless manner. And also they can be traced and disputable if there is any disagreement. Now, another use case that is super, super exciting, and you can hear more about this use case later on in a talk by Filecoin, is decentralized verifiable computation. So really, once you start adding computation onto the Filecoin blockchain, you end up in a place where you have both computation and storage under a single roof. And I think that is one of the strengths and differentiators of the Filecoin network. Imagine being able to define a computation to be applied on data, incentivizing its execution all the way to the end, and being able to certify that the result and the output is verifiably correct. And link all of that with the concepts that I just mentioned earlier about the Dataverse, about tokenization of data sets, and suddenly you're in a whirlwind of computation that is pushed to the edges, that is pushed to the providers that have that data, and with an incentivization circuit and a provability circuit with which you can verify that the results are correct. So really, there are boundless opportunities for innovation that layer one programmability is going to unleash in Filecoin. And the Filecoin community is super creative. They have just made it evident in the last year, and you've seen everything that has been presented in Filecoin Orbit so far. So I'm pretty sure that there'll be no shortage of ideas hitting mainnet very soon after the FEM launches. Now, let me talk a little bit about this thing that is going to make all of this on-chain innovation possible. This is the Filecoin virtual machine, and this is the technical part of the talk. I would love to cover this in a lot more detail, but I don't have a lot of time today. But the good news is that you can find a lot of this information in the FEM entry point repo, which I've just linked on that slide. Want to give a huge shout out to community members such as Stebalian, Xpeed, Boris Mann, Aaron Chick, and many others that have been contributing over the last few weeks to refine these discussions and to refine and to define the architecture and design of the Filecoin virtual machine. Now, just to give you a little bit of history, the Filecoin virtual machine and the layer one programmability has been in the roadmap for a very long time, and it was rekindled by FIB discussion 113. If you want to go into it, take a read, understand how things got kickstarted again or resumed again. The thing that got us really prompted to prioritize this work now is the overwhelming positive reaction to this FIB from developers, storage providers, ecosystem partners, and a lot more. This got us incredibly motivated and made us jump right into action to make it happen for the Filecoin community. Now, as I said before, the user programmability had always been part of the roadmap in Filecoin since the very beginning. But the road to get where we are today wasn't easy. Filecoin had been in development for 6 years prior to mainnet launch. And just to build a secure and permissionless decentralized storage network, we had to solve fundamental challenges and limitations that led to important breakthroughs. Things like proof of spacetime, proof of replication, expected consensus, unbiasable randomness, ZK snark applications, and a lot more. And at that time, it wasn't clear what the future of blockchain VMs was going to look like. Was there a standard emerging with the EVM? Was this kind of like the silver bullet? Was WASM, this new kid on the block that was receiving a lot of attention and traction, going to be the thing? There was also secure ECMAScript that was being proposed, LLVM IR, some blockchains were looking into that. So during that time, we decided to focus on layer 0, the storage and retrieval layer, and to kind of like wait it out to see where the VM ecosystem trended towards and consolidated towards. Now, just to give you a little bit of a few light touches on what the inspiration of the design of the Filecoin VM has been, there are several key concepts here. The virtual machine hypervisor model inspires the architecture of the FEM, and like hypervisors, containerization are two concepts that inspire the architecture, and the ability to host multiple runtimes in an isolated manner over a common base layer. Another concept from computing that really resonates with us, and like I think this is really where we strongly think that this is where blockchain computation will go in the future, is the actor model. And concretely, Erlang OTP as a runtime is a paradigm that inspires us. We particularly like the functional approach, the self-healing mechanisms, the location transparency, and the messaging model, which are great concurrency primitives to build parallelizable computation on blockchains over time. Now, just to give you an overview of the technical design of the FEM is fundamentally based on WebAssembly. We looked at other things like LLVM, IR, the JVM, secure JavaScript, and secure ECMAScript, and other options for the core layer of the FEM, and ended up settling on WASM. For those who are not familiar with WASM, it is a portable execution format that initially was built for the web and in theory meant to replace JavaScript, but which has transcended to other runtimes. And it has seen a massive traction and uptake in blockchain ecosystems. So we believe that joining this traction and joining this community will also help speed things up and solidify things together as a blockchain community with other members and other partners. Now, one key aspect of the FEM is that one thing that it should do is interact with IPLD state tree data efficiently. And we're putting a lot of attention to this. Now, native actors can be written in languages that compile to WASM. This doesn't mean that you want to use any language that compiles to WASM, because you do have to be aware of the runtime costs of certain languages and the overheads of certain languages. One language that we think produces really succinct and nice WASM is Rust. So we're building the SDK, the reference SDK in Rust. And one key aspect of the FEM is that it has support for foreign runtimes, foreign VMs, such as the EVM, and eventually the Agoric S potentially, LLVM IR, BPF, and other virtual machine models. Now, the thing that I wanted to stress is that we're trying really hard to launch the FEM with EVM compatibility out of the box. We've heard strong requests from the Filecoin developer community for the FEM to support EVM and Solidity compatibility out of the box. So we made this a priority. With the FEM, developers will be able to deploy Ethereum smart contracts to the Filecoin blockchain directly. And this makes a lot of sense because the Ethereum community has amassed a massive corpus of useful and, most importantly, audited and battle-tested smart contracts over time. For example, ERC20 tokens, NFTs, DAOs, flash loans, you name it. So having the ability to take these contracts and deploy them as is to the Filecoin blockchain is a great onboarding ramp for developers that are already familiar and trust those contracts. Now, the Ethereum ecosystem has amazing developer tools like Truffle, Remix, Hardhat, plugins for IDEs, and a lot more. And also, Solidity has become the de facto smart contract programming language that smart contract developers out there basically master. So this facilitates their onboarding into the Filecoin ecosystem. Now, just to give you a little bit of a technical view on how we plan to make this happen, the plan is to adopt an EVM bytecode and WASM approach instead of working off Solidity directly. This choice guarantees almost perfect execution, fidelity, and parity, and mitigate risks otherwise present in the Solidity to WASM compilation path. We concretely looking at adopting the Sputnik VM project, which has emerged as the de facto WASM compatible EVM implementation in the industry. And it was initially developed by the folks at Parity, but it's also been adopted by the blockchains like Near in Project Aurora. We still have many difficulties to solve around the mapping between the EVM and the FEM models, things like the memory and storage model in IPLD, gas accounting, calling conventions, representing events and logs, but we're confident that we'll figure this out, and also with your help. So please make sure that you join the discussion to help build this out. Now, a few touches on the data layer itself. We can consider the FEM a computation engine for IPLD data. The Filecoin state tree and the actor states are IPLD objects. And the FEM essentially executes computation on those inputs to produce outputs. So building libraries and primitives to interact with IPLD data must be a core priority, and it deserves a lot of attention. We're also looking at implementing an IPLD-based interface description language to describe actor interfaces. So you can think of this as kind of like the SOAP, the WSDL and SOAP, or the IDL and gRPC for on-chain actors, which will then power tools to generate clients for cross-actor calls. It is also worth mentioning that this VM isn't directly tied to and tightly coupled to Filecoin, and it can be adopted in other contexts, such as IPFS and IPLD itself. If you're interested in the nitty-gritty details of how all of this will work, I totally encourage you to check out Step's talk later today, which is on IPLD and WASM. Now, another thing that I wanted to mention is that user-defined actors will exponentially increase the demand for space in the blockchain. And the significant research going on at Protocol Labs within Consensus Lab, looking into things like sharded and hierarchical consensus with parallel execution. And this has a bunch of implications in the FEM, such as the kinds of calling patterns that will happen depending on whether calls are intra-shard or cross-shard. And you should totally attend Marco's talk later today on consensus scaling and sharding for the Filecoin network. Now, if you want to, I've just kind of given a few light touches on the technical design of the FEM. If you want to learn a lot more, then you can go into that repo, explore the docs, and contribute. There's a lot more detail in the technical documentation in that repo. Now, onto the part that I guess most people are interested in, which is when will this ship? We've got into that part. All right, so the roadmap consists of 4 phases. Phase 0 is to have the FEM implemented, running the built-in system actors and having canary deployments of various clients, Filecoin clients on mainnet, running a non-programmable FEM, and we expect to have this done by the end of this year. All of these timelines are very tentative. Phase 1 will introduce changes to the network to prepare the network for user programmability, and this will happen in Q1, by the end of Q1 in 2022, we believe. Phase 2 will be all about launching user programmability proper with native actors and EVM foreign actors. And the goal here is to really enable user programmability. And we think that this will happen sometime in Q2 2022. And in phase 3, we'll redesign the system actors for improved programmability against them. And this is also going to ship around Q2 2022. There are still many unknowns here, so these timelines might change in reality, but hopefully these will be we'll be able to stick to them, and with your help, we'll be able to figure things out as well. So how can you get involved? First of all, if you want to check out the FIP discussion, make sure that would be one thing that I recommend you to do. Next thing is to follow and engage in the Filecoin project FEM repo itself. Another thing that you can do is join the FEM channel on the Filecoin Slack to stay tuned with everything that's happening. If you actually want to get your hands dirty and you want to start designing and building stuff, admittedly, it is still a little bit early, but you can really help out in fleshing out technical detail by helping in the discussions and kind of like participating in the discussions in the FEM repo, where we're investigating all of these uncertainties and kind of like unknowns that we still need to figure out. And of course, one thing that we'll love people to start doing is to start thinking about the use cases that they want to build. And thinking as well about kind of like those base libraries and tools and examples and actor templates that are going to make life easy for everybody in the ecosystem. So we really imagine things like, for example, Open Zeppelin in the Ethereum ecosystem, which is a very nice toolbox library to emerge in the FEM ecosystem. Things like local test sandboxes, test frameworks, deployment tools, IPLD, IDL generators, and a lot more. These are things, if you're interested, start talking to us in those forums, in the GitHub repo and in the FEM channel on Slack, and we'll figure things out. Now, before I go, I just wanted to leave you with one thought. The FEM is basically a greenfield ecosystem that is just getting started now with a new programming paradigm. And there is an opportunity to start thinking early on about composability and modularity upfront, drawing inspiration from kind of like, the ERC model in the Ethereum ecosystem and DeFi composability. So really start thinking in terms of Filecoin standard interfaces for reusable primitives that can be composed with one another to create complex actors, things like payment channels, vesting schedules, multi-sigs, and voting mechanisms, loans, and a lot more. We're really, really excited to see what you'll build on the FEM. I hope you're excited, just as excited as us, or even more. And make sure that you stay tuned for things like grants, bounties, and other incentives to kickstart an innovative ecosystem on the FEM and build on the FEM. Thank you so much. Oh, and before I go, I wanted to just plug in a job opening for, in case you're interested in working on the FEM and also in building the future of decentralized computation. Make sure to check out this URL to see what opportunities are open. Thank you very much and have a nice one. Enjoy the rest of day 2 of Filecoin Orbit. Happy 1-year anniversary.
Hey there, I know that you all are glad to see me back for day 2 of Filecoin Orbit, but you're gonna have to wait just a minute. We're going to a very short break and then we're coming back to you with programming.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the ecosystem growth track, where we'll be talking about ecosystem initiatives throughout Filecoin Orbit today. Don't forget to use the hashtag Filecoin Orbit if you're tweeting about some of the sessions that you're going to hear from us today. Up next, we have a super important topic, which is Filecoin Green. And Alan Ransell, who is the Filecoin Green project lead, is going to come and talk to us about the tools that the Filecoin ecosystem is building to track the environmental impact of Filecoin and verifiably decarbonize. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Alan.
Hi, my name is Alan Ransell, and I'm going to be talking about Filecoin Green. And I wanted to open with this graph here, which is from the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is responsible for some of the most rigorous, most peer-reviewed science in the history of science. And what they say is that in this global context, if we want to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, we need to decarbonize very quickly. So each line here is an emissions pathway for the entire world. And each of these scenarios is compatible with that goal, right? So limiting warming, avoiding the worst impacts of climate change. And what we really see in these scenarios, right, is that emissions globally need to peak very soon. They need to trail off reduce by about a factor of a half by 2030. And then emissions need to be significantly net negative beyond 2050. And so Megan Kleiman of the Filecoin Foundation was recently talking and said that one of the things she loves about our community is that we take this very long view, and that given that view, we should care a lot about these things. And so we're going to talk today about some of the tools that we're building in order to help make the environmental impacts of Filecoin transparent, and also to then give people tools to reduce and mitigate them with the ultimate goal of making Filecoin environmentally beneficial. And so Filecoin Green really lies at the intersection of these two questions, right? So how can we make Filecoin verifiably environmentally beneficial? And then how can Filecoin help to catalyze the transition to renewable energy across the rest of the economy? So here's a simplified view of the Filecoin value chain, right? Sort of in general, you have these inputs. One of the major inputs is electricity. Other inputs are hardware. They go into the world's largest distributed file storage network. That file storage network provides this useful resource to the Web3 community, being storage. And then clients are able to use that storage, right? And so our thought in Filecoin Green is how can we nucleate technologies within the Filecoin network that allow this sort of behavior of the network to emerge? So firstly, we're going to talk about tools to measure the environmental impacts of Filecoin. So what in the electricity is what we've been focusing on, but in the longer term hardware also, what are the environmental impacts of those inputs? How do they get used in the Filecoin network? And then can we give people the ability to look at individual storage providers and gauge what those environmental impacts are? And then can we set up those tools to be open source and composable so that other people in the ecosystem who build on top of Filecoin can also measure their environmental impact and pass that information along through their value chain, right? So what if it just became a standard in Web3 that every interaction you have, you know what the environmental impact of that interaction is, and you're able to take action to reduce and mitigate it? Then the second part of the tools that we're building are that other piece, right? Reducing and mitigating that. So if you know what the environmental impact is, what actions can you take in order to reduce that impact? And in doing this, how can we transform Filecoin itself into a network that does verifiable environmental good? So we use energy, maybe we buy more renewable energy than we're actually using, and we're going to talk about that. Maybe we know what the embodied emissions of our hardware is. Can we do better than zero? Can we do better than net zero? And make all of that impact truly verifiable, right? Because that's how we work with data, right? We want data to be verifiable. We want data to be interoperable. So we want to be able to trace these environmental impacts and things that we're doing to reduce and mitigate them many levels throughout the value chain. And so why should Filecoin be the world's greenest blockchain? So one answer is that Filecoin's design itself is conducive to carbon accounting, right? So this is a really important point. When storage providers are contributing capacity to the network, their impact on the network, right? They're contributing that capacity contributes to the emergent behavior of this network, which is to produce this massive amount of file storage, right? But the services provided by individual storage providers are non-fungible, right? So you can look at all the different storage providers that are offering to store your data, and you can decide who you want to start with in your deal. And so that provides this really transparent point in which to connect environmental impacts from individual storage provider operations to individual miner IDs and deals on that miner ID, right? Which is not a design feature that a lot of other blockchains have. Then secondly, the world needs a Merkle forest of forests. So the Merkle forest refers to this idea that Juan coined in 2017, talking about how once you build everything based on hash links, your data is verifiable not just within the narrow data structure that you're building, but within the whole sort of universe of data structures built on hash lengths, which is extremely powerful and gives you that interoperability and verifiability that are really going to be key to tracking environmental impacts many stages throughout a value chain. And so if any community is going to build those tools, it should be this community. Then third, we use a lot of energy and we use it on purpose, right? So largely, blockchains that have made strong environmental claims fall into two sort of categories. One category is blockchains that don't use a lot of energy because of their consensus mechanism, right? And they can buy renewable energy. That's great. They're not buying a ton of renewable energy within the context of renewable energy markets, but that's great. We're really glad that they're being verifiably renewable. The other category of blockchains that have made strong renewable claims so far, they tend to use a lot of energy, but those claims don't tend to be verifiable, right? So maybe they're based on surveys that are anonymous. There's no consequences for giving an incorrect answer on that survey. We really want these environmental impacts to be traceable and unambiguously verifiable, right? And Filecoin is going to use a lot of energy and also makes a commitment to verifiability, right? We're building the storage layer for the decentralized web, right? So that's just going to take a lot of energy. It just is. And so we can combine the fact that we're going to use a lot of energy with the fact that we can demand that that energy be renewable and use that as a leverage point within that value chain in order to catalyze the decarbonization of the rest of the economy. So, here are these three sort of steps. First, we have to measure our environmental impact. Secondly, we have to reduce and mitigate that impact. And third, we have to connect with communities outside of our own community and also make more connections within this community to really build a green Filecoin movement. So this dashboard is relevant to that first section, which is measuring. So this is data that is going to be released in the next couple weeks. We've been working really hard to use on-chain proofs in order to estimate what the electricity use of the Filecoin network is. We've put all that information into this dashboard, and there's a bunch of important features here. I'm going to run through a few of them. Firstly, you can see that the energy used to seal sectors and then the energy used to store data over time are the main components of Filecoin energy use. So that makes a certain amount of sense. For each of these bounds here, or for each of these variables, we've calculated an upper bound, a lower bound, and an estimate. And so that is based on data from a bunch of different sources. So it's based on benchmarks, it's based on surveys, it's based on interviews with individual storage providers where we've really understood their operations and their energy use. And it's also built on direct measurements of energy use from storage provider operations, right? So we've combined that information into a model, and we're going to be working hard to improve that model over time, make that model really transparent, make the data available. We're funding academic research in order to study how to measure the energy use of Filecoin and distributed systems generally, because it's a really hard problem and we need better tools to do that. And we're really excited about what we've done so far and about releasing this data going forward. Currently, we think that Filecoin uses about 130 megawatts of power, which is a significant amount of power. It's about 1% of what Bitcoin uses. And you can compare that to global data centers and say, okay, Filecoin uses about 0.5% of the electricity that data centers across the world use. It also stores about 0.5% of the data that data centers across the world store. And so that's roughly in line, right? So Filecoin, we shouldn't think of Filecoin as being a dramatically, we shouldn't think of Filecoin as being a wasteful blockchain, right? Filecoin is using energy to do things that are useful for people, and it is roughly in line with data centers across the world. Another really great feature of this dashboard is that as we refine these models, this dashboard is meant to be inherently upgradable. So we're just able to add new models to the dashboard, and we can version our different models of Filecoin energy use. Now, the really powerful thing about this dashboard is that you can look up individual storage providers and see in a granular way, based on that storage provider's activity on the network, what their energy use is, right? So you type in the storage provider, You can see how much energy they took to seal sectors over time, to store sectors over time, their total energy use, which includes things like estimates for cooling and power conversion losses. And then you can also export all of this data for all of these graphs at the epoch timescale. So at the block timescale, which gives us this really granular information that we can use to explore how Filecoin interacts with electricity markets. So the second part here is to reduce and mitigate these impacts. So this is how renewable energy markets work. I didn't design them. This is just how they work right now. When a renewable energy producer, so for example, a solar farm or a wind farm produces renewable energy, the electrons go into the power grid, the renewable energy attributes are collected and packaged into something called a renewable energy certificate. You, as a Filecoin storage provider or another actor, can use electricity and buy a renewable energy certificate from a solar farm or wind farm, say, or a hydro plant that is in your area. And that's how you prove that you're using renewable energy. That's just the industry standard definition there. And so what we did is we worked with amazing partners at the Energy Web Foundation who are building this platform called Energy Web Zero that we're helping to support. And we got together a group of storage providers who were interested in proving that they used renewable energy. And what we did is we got them, we used some of these estimates, right? So from a few slides back, we tied everything to the upper bound. So we really want to say, okay, we're going to buy enough renewable energy, not just to cover the estimated energy use, but our estimated upper bound to make sure that we are using at least as much renewable energy as we consume, and we are channeling at least as much money to renewable energy producers in order to support future renewable energy developments, as is implied by our energy use, right? So we took that upper bound for each of these storage providers. We had them buy renewable energy credits on the Energy Web Zero platform. And we added this column to the reputation system, FilRep, which, as you can see here, shows the amount of renewable energy purchased that's tied to an individual miner ID, right? You can click that link and go to the Energy Web Zero verification page where you can see information about that REC transaction. So you can see when the RECs were produced, you can see which miner ID purchased them. And then if you click that link in the bottom right-hand corner of the Energy Web Zero page, you can see the actual certificate issued by the local REC registry, so the local renewable energy credit registry that's tracking renewable energy production. And you can see that that REC was redeemed to that Filecoin storage provider. You can also see exactly where that renewable energy was produced. In many cases, you can get GPS coordinates. The information that you have depends on just what the local REC registry records. But this is the level of granularity and verifiability we're talking about, right? So you can trace individual deals, individual storage providers to renewable energy credits that are produced by a specific solar or wind or hydro producer, and know if you take some action within the Filecoin ecosystem, this is where the renewable energy is coming from to support that. So we're really excited and think that this level of verifiability is what we need as a standard going forward. You can read about this on a Medium article that we published with Energy Web. There's been really great reception for this first sort of foray into doing this, including Jesse tweeted out that crypto companies are moving orders of magnitude faster in their journey to decarbonize versus most Fortune 500 companies, and Filecoin is at the head of the pack. So we're really excited about this, and we're pushing really hard in this direction to make Filecoin environmentally positive and verifiable. So our phase 2 demo, we're scaling this up by more than a factor of 100. We're going to buy renewable energy at a gigawatt hour scale, which is a huge amount of renewable energy. It's also better. So what I mean by that is that the industry standard is that you purchase renewable energy that corresponds to the year when you consumed it, or 6 months before that year, or 3 months after that year, right? So that's just the industry standard. As going back to that picture, right, where energy and its renewable attributes are sort of separated from each other and then come back together, this is not a very strong tie, right, between renewable energy production and consumption, which is highly necessary if we're going to decarbonize the grid. So what we're showing here in this new demo is that we can do a better job and try to push toward shorter accounting periods where you have this closer match between renewable energy production and consumption. And that's something we can do because we have this really granular, really good data on how much energy we're using and when. So thirdly, we need to connect with others in this space. So a really great way to do that is through the Crypto Climate Accord. The Crypto Climate Accord, which Protocol Labs and the Filecoin Foundation are both part of, aims to achieve net zero, so net zero carbon emissions for signatories of the Climate Accord by 2030, and to build tools to make all of crypto industry-wide verifiably green by 2040. Right, and we really think this is a great place to help contribute to standards in this industry as they're being developed, and to push to make these tools really accessible and easy to use. So a ton of people have been involved in this work. People in the PL ecosystem. Angie has really catalyzed a lot of this and connected research that we've been doing to what the ecosystem needs right now. PL research, I worked with Michael Hammersley for a long time on these questions. Evan Miyazono catalyzed a bunch of the research that formed the basis of what we're doing now. The Sentinel team has given us a ton of data. We're working with the reputation system team to tie in renewable energy attributes into the reputation system. A ton of storage providers are super supportive and participating in all of this. The Filecoin Foundation has been helping us with a lot of this and helping us develop tools. Other organizations, the Energy Web Foundation is the farthest along in building Web3 native tools for working with renewable energy credits and other environmental attributes in a really granular way. The Crypto Climate Accord, 3 Degrees, we're, as I said, funding academic research to measure the energy impact of distributed systems and build new tools for that with Harold Rankin, who's a professor in the Open University in the Netherlands. And so the last thing is please get involved. So if you want to be part of this community and you're on Filecoin Slack, you can join the Phil Green channel, which is where we're talking a lot of these tools. It's where these tools are going to be announced as they're released. It's where new demonstration projects, new opportunities to buy REX are going to be announced. And it's where we're collaborating to figure out what needs to be built in order to support this vision, right? What tools do we need in order to just make it standard throughout crypto and throughout Web3 that when you take some action, assuming everyone involved in that value chain is on board with this, the environmental impacts of your action are just transparent to you. And the additional actions that you can take in order to reduce or mitigate those environmental impacts are also transparent to you. So what tools need to be built in order to build that? That's something we're discussing on that channel. If you're a storage provider, please start using these tools as they come out. Check your energy use against the dashboard, which is going to be available in a few weeks, and participate in our next round of purchasing REX and Energy Web 0. We're hoping to open that up to any storage provider who wants to do that in Q1 of next year. If you're a developer, please hack green with us. Please think about how these tools can be used to trace environmental impacts through whatever you're building. And please help us think about how to build new tools to make that whole environmental accounting system more robust and built into Web3. And then if you're in an organization, please join the Crypto Climate Accord and help us make crypto green. Thank you.
Wow, that was a fascinating session there. Thanks so much, Alan. Remember, measure, reduce, mitigate. That's the message here. And if you go on the Filecoin Slack, go to Phil Green. That's where a lot of this discussion is taking place if you want to be involved in the tools that are being built for this. Now, next up, we're going to talk about something that's no less more interesting and socially significant. Starling Lab, which is a project developed by USC and Stanford University, is developing a framework for combating misinformation, tracing provenance, and reducing information uncertainty across a variety of applications. I'm going to kick it over to Jonathan Doughton, who is the founding director of Starling Lab, who's going to give us a talk on this.
Good afternoon to everyone. Really great to be here, and thanks so much for including me in the Filecoin Orbit launch. It's just really incredible to think that it's been a year that has passed, because just so much has happened. So it feels, frankly, like a decade. And so my goal today here is to cover with you all of the incredible things that we have done at the Starling Lab in collaboration with many friends that are here at this talk. And then I want to paint for you a vision of the future as to where we're headed and some of the table stakes about why all this truly matters. So I'll begin with a little bit of a background on the Starling Lab and give you a sense of our framework and how we have created a lab to do this work. And then finally, the opportunity that we see and that we are so excited to collaborate with other people on. So let's start a little bit about the framework. About 3 years ago, I had the good fortune of meeting a variety of people in the Web3 space at the 2018 Web Summit that was hosted by Decentralized Web Summit that was hosted by the Internet Archive. And it was an incredible opportunity to meet folks from all walks of life within the Web3 ecosystem. And I think we truly look back at that time as a fascinating moment when things were really starting to emerge, where the crypto world as we knew it up until that point, which had really dominated the conversation, now here there was a Web3 movement that was starting to create a new type of conversation about how we could use advanced forms of cryptography to reshape the internet. And what dawned on me was that this opportunity at a technical level also had an amazing opportunity to affect what we think of as civics, or the idea of civil society on the internet. And so what we thought over at Stanford and at USC was that we could engage early in this discussion to think about the role of data integrity. And what we meant by that was specifically that we wanted to work with a whole ecosystem of partners to first understand what are the possibilities. So that began with protocol labs and then quickly expanded to a variety of other partners that were in the industry. And our concept was simple. We wanted to understand how we could put together a set of tools and at the same time also principles that could empower organizations to create robust data integrity as you capture, store, and verify information. And so what that meant was that we could put together really a framework that could experiment with open source prototypes and create best practices that we learned basically in the field. And as human rights activists and other folks that were engaged in civil society could really start to tell us from the ground up how we should be thinking about deploying and implementing these technologies. So rather than moving fast and breaking things and trying to really drive adoption as the first priority, our goal was actually completely different. It was really the inverse, which was to think about social impact from the beginning and to establish a set of principles that could guide the ethical and the regenerative approach to creating this type of technology, as opposed to an extractive and breathless approach. So we began by looking at the ways in which we could use data integrity to help different domains. And so the first place we started was with history. And so we chose a vulnerable data set, which is the data set of the USC's Visual History Archive, which comprises 55,000 survivors of genocide's testimony. You can see here on the right that the genocide collections span the early part of the 20th century with the Armenian genocide, all the way up to contemporary crises in Myanmar with mass violence against the Rohingya. This was an incredible opportunity for us to look at how we could take a large data set, so in this case, 4 petabytes worth of information, and decentralize the storage of that information. And so we not only looked at the archive, but we also deployed in the field cameras and new technologies to actually look at new types of documentation for new crises as they were emerging, and also historical testimony that we could take from genocides in the past from the survivors of them from many decades before. And there was an incredible symmetry that occurred in understanding how the stories, sadly, of this type of violence kept on repeating. And certainly it dawned on us how important the work we were doing was, because preserving that history, of course, is the very best way to understand how we could avoid this in the future. So that work has been extensive. We have focused on creating tape storage solutions in the past with the USC Shoah Foundation. And so what we needed to figure out was a way of downloading the information from tape, packaging, putting it into offline files like car files, and then going and automating deal making and at scale, at a 4 petabyte scale. So I have a lot of people to thank in the incredible work that we've done over this year. Certainly the folks at the USC Shoah Foundation who were in the tech department bravely emerged with us into this world. But they were very much supported by incredible folks over at PL who stepped up to help us figure out how to do this. It was literally dozens of people have come forward. And then also the mining community has been, or the storage provider community has been really important in helping us scale from a phase 1 of 81 petabytes to the 4 petabytes of archival quality information. And so we're engaged right now in the process of phase 1 and quickly moving to phase 3. So for folks that are here and interested in working with us, please do get in touch because we have quite a bit of information that we are going to spread, and we want to decentralize this as much as possible to different organizations all around the world. That work also requires us to think about engaging with the Filecoin ecosystem on the roadmap and the types of things that are still needed. So from a human rights perspective, you may not have heard the exact requirements, but let me tell them to you because they might actually be, relatively speaking, familiar. So things like S3 interfaces are still very much needed because that's where a lot of archival data is stored today in clouds that are S3 compliant. There's monitoring infrastructure that's required to figure out how we're going to be able to look at the proofs of space time and ensure that they remain current. Then as different storage opportunities go up and down for malicious or potentially reasonable concerns around and failures, then of course we need to think about repair strategies that will be able to automatically ensure that we have enough replications of the data in the ecosystem. And then finally, there is a really important thing to consider in terms of liquidity. As we are scaling and trying to put many more petabytes of data on the network, we want to make sure that storage providers of all sizes are able to put up the pledges that they need in order to store this information. And that will require them seeking new forms of capital and assistance to get that done. So that's our history program, and it's been really exciting, and we've got brand new programs in the future that we're going to be looking at, and we'll be excited to announce new things in the coming weeks. Let me switch gears to the journalism program. So this here was an incredible journey that we started in March with the 2020 election. So just before the pandemic shut everything down, we were able to go out with Reuters photographers and think about ways in which we could establish a chain of custody in the cameras themselves and then move the proof of the hash, essentially, that's taken at source up to the decentralized cloud. And so there you can see in some of these demos here that we deployed in the field, we were using professional grade cameras and then cryptographically enabled mobile phones to really leverage things like secure enclaves that could do advanced hardware signing of hashes. And then from there, it's pretty incredible. We were able to move things into the actual CMS of the Reuters newswire. And you can see here in this particular example from March, we were able to take that file, and then you can see here, there are our hashes that were established at source that are now actually stored in the Reuters CMS. So it was pretty exciting to then take all that information and start to put it onto the decentralized web. And working with Adobe, one of the things we were able to do was go to the next level of decentralization. So here we took files and actually injected into the metadata of the file itself a universe of information so that you could see here, like let's say you're on a website, you could click on this eye and then see information around who took this photograph, when they took it, where they took it, and then also the links back to the decentralized web. So you see here, Filecoin CIDs, IPFS CIDs, et cetera. So that process was really inspiring because it took us then into the fall. And we worked with Reuters to deploy this technology at scale to create an archive called the 78 Days, which cataloged the photos from every day from the election all the way up to the inauguration. Now, certainly there was no way we could have anticipated what happened in those crucial 78 days, but I can tell you how amazing it was to sit there and at the end of this process, at the inauguration, and look back and think about all the incredible photographs that were taken and now sealed into an historical record that we can now very clearly provide a chain of custody for. And that is It was a first for journalism. No one had ever done anything like this, certainly not at scale. And it taught us a lot about the types of requirements that journalists need. So going forward, we're going to be announcing in the next couple of weeks a series of grants to organizations to continue to do this type of incredible work. And when you really think about those 78 days, probably the clearest message that you can take away from it, frankly, no matter what side of the aisle that you are on, is that the demonization of the media and the work that has been done to undo public trust in the media is having devastating consequences on not just our democracy here in the States, but also abroad. And so working with cryptographic trust and civil society to bring up journalism into what we might think of as Web 3.0's journalism, how could we imagine that new forms of cryptography can help ensure that as we create and rebuild this form of trust, that we can really help journalists protect the vital information that they collect. Last, the law. This is an area that it really stands to reason that this type of technology that we've been working with would have an incredible impact. And so we went directly into one of the most difficult legal situations in the world, which is in Syria. Working with our partners over at Hala Systems, we were trying to figure out ways in which we could authenticate evidence that's part of war crimes proceedings that are ongoing in domestic courts across Europe, and hopefully at some point through international mechanisms. And what they need are photographs and video that are taken by folks all over social media and human rights defenders who are deployed in the field. And we need to find a way to, first of all, preserve that information, because as it is posted on Web 2, it's incredibly vulnerable. And then secondly, we need to authenticate that information. So as there are various misinformation campaigns, we can ensure that the information is valid and remains intact. So that allows us to do many things. We can protect witnesses, we can help ensure that there's proper context around imagery, and ultimately it can be used by prosecutors to seek justice. But what we found was that actually the most important thing was that we needed to be proactive about addressing the potential manipulation of imagery as it is taken from the field all the way up to the various platforms. And so we identified many ways in which the data was vulnerable. And we identified this gap between the raw footage that exists in the field and also expert witnesses that sit in trial. And we've been pioneering new forms of what we're calling supervisory testimony that can leverage advanced metadata and cryptography, but then actually have a human sit there in the court and provide extensive information about how the best practices were deployed with the collection of this evidence. So that in and of itself is showing you really the importance of what we're doing here, is that we're really helping translate advanced technologies into something that can be very practical and useful. So where does this take us? Well, as an organization, we have a framework and we know that it's been successful in its deployment. But now we really need to think about how we can focus long-term, about how we can take our prototypes and accelerate them further. We can think about our best practices and institutionalizing them through courses and various publications. And finally, looking at directly engaging in a more systematic approach with our in-field work by providing long-term fellowships for folks. And this is what ultimately has resulted in the creation of the Starling Lab, which is supported by both PL as well as the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web. We are so proud to be the very first academic research institution that is fully focused on Web3 and the advancement of human rights. Think about that. It's taken a little while, but now we have two major research universities that are supporting this critical effort and this very first. And that will allow us to help us think about rebuilding trust in all the domains that I've spoken about to you here today. In history, law, and journalism, we have extensive programs. We're bringing faculty from across the world to engage around these issues. And so I'll conclude here now with thinking about what is this opportunity? Last year, I came, as I was talking about a lot of the prototypes that we were just starting to work on, I talked about the importance of decentralization and gave an analogy in thinking about how decentralization is really like diversity or biodiversity, which is that the more types of diversity, the more diversity you have within a system, ultimately the more resilient it is. And that at a technical level makes sense. Biologically, it makes sense. And now we're also starting to see the human consequences of this, that yes, we want a variety of opinions to be able to help create more consensus around the types of values that we want to have in this world, and that those values will then go and shape the technology of the future. And when we think about Web3, in a sense, it's a way of kind of bringing up all of our amazing hopes and our excitement about this opportunity. And we have now a label, and we have a whole community, and we have a technology movement that's become incredibly powerful. It's become profitable, and now really is this moment to reshape the internet. And yet, I am concerned. And I think informing the lab, what we're trying to do is make sure that we're not falling into the euphoria here of the opportunity, but instead trying to shape a much more nuanced and much more responsible conversation. And here's why. I don't see Web3 as the answer, capital T. We've solved it, done, end of history. It's actually just an opportunity. And the closer that we think about this as just a fragile opportunity, the better off we are. Because to me, the naivete around Web 2 was by far the most dangerous thing about it. The consequences that we had around Web 2 formed because we just put too much pressure on Web 2 to solve everything, technically, politically. And so let me give you some consequences and some learnings that we've had just along the way. So think about the mobile phone technology that we've created and how exciting it was for us to find ways of taking metadata to help establish time and place of a photograph. Well, our researchers have found that actually this exact type of information has already been, framework has actually been deployed in North Korea. And there it's used for surveillance, not for authentication of brave work of human rights defenders, but actually as a tool of the government to continually surveil an already oppressed population. Similarly, when you look at open source movements, they're incredible, and we are very dedicated to open source. And yet, open source and open access does not necessarily translate to perfect results. Many of the problems of Web 2, you can actually trace back to open source technologies. And so clearly, it takes continued engagement to make sure that even with open source projects, we have values and we get things right. And finally, inclusion. Open source does not necessarily mean that we have full representation of all the different voices that can actually help contribute, and even more importantly, the ones that are affected by this. So we need to make sure that as we look at the statistics around open source technology development ecosystems, that we take proactive measures to ensure that we can actually have proper inclusion. And finally, if you look at the opportunities around cryptocurrencies and the possibilities for tokens and crypto economies, El Salvador has now been heralded as this amazing moment and landmark, and certainly it's historic. And yet I can trace it and follow the logic around how the most ardent defenders of Bitcoin have been able to make the case about how this is now a way of pushing back against all sorts of economic imperialism that has existed for centuries. We can trace, for instance, like the good neighbor policy from the 30s into the Bretton Woods to things like the currency crisis that existed in Argentina. That case can be made, and I understand that. At the same time, El Salvador is by no means a beacon of human rights. And if the example of in February of 2020, in which the president marched troops into the legislature to get some of his policies enforced, I don't think that that very much bodes well for where we might be headed with enabling an economy and maybe a government structure with a crypto utility. It just means that we need to be very, very careful, that the euphoria, again, is the danger. And finally, we thought about tokens as a way of being able to cross borders and create this new transnational movement. And yet, if we look and we compare to the hashing rates, let's say in China with cryptocurrencies from 2019 to 2021, we're seeing that China was able to successfully eliminate all hashing of Bitcoin and crypto mining. And so when we thought about these movements like such and Web 2 that were able to take down dictators, well, we learned really the hard way that putting this idea of, let's say, Facebook as saving humanity was absolutely the wrong approach. And so central bank currencies are, in some respects, in a similar way, could pose similar challenges, especially in a place like China with the social credit system that could be matched with a central bank currency to produce some pretty challenging results. So we at the lab have been thinking about this, and I'll point you to a new blog post that we've been working on, which talks about how we at Web3 can actually get some things right. And hats off to Rebecca McKinnon, one of our fellows who created an incredible piece that talked about how we need to really rethink our priorities in Web3 about the types of feedback and grievance mechanisms that are going to be important to help elevate this discussion. And so urge all of us to really think hard about these things and to get involved. So the lab, as excited as we are about this opportunity, we are open-minded and open-hearted. So we'd love to get folks involved. We're hiring in various positions, and we're very excited to collaborate. So thanks again for having me here today. Thanks again for the continued support, and look forward to the next year and all the exciting things to come.
Thanks so much for that, Jonathan. Some really inspiring and fascinating work there by Starling Lab. And just to reiterate one of his points, the euphoria is the danger. So for all of us in Web3, I think that's a message worth remembering. That's starlinglab.org if you want to find out more. Now, our next session is pretty interesting. I'm going to try and read you this metaphor, about data gravity. So the Earth's acceleration of gravity is 9.81 meters per second per second. And in a similar way, the larger the data set, the faster other and smaller data sets will gravitate towards it. So this concept is known as data gravity. Now, of course, there is a incentivized data gravity program for the Filecoin community to take part in, which is called Project Gravity. I want to turn it over to Marina, who is leading that particular project.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Marina. And I'll be talking about Project Gravity. This is our newly recently launched program for community referral. Looking back at the past year post Filecoin launch in October, we have seen an explosion of growth of the network. Available storage capacity now reached more than 12 exabytes of data. There are more than 3,000 storage providers around the world contributing storage and retrieval services to the network. The community includes more than 1,000 developers, and there have been dozens of tools built to improve the experience of Filecoin storage. And there are many more being built right now to capture core new markets such as Web3.storage, NFT.storage, Azure, Bitbot, just to name a few. So in short, the supply side of Filecoin is thriving. And now we're super excited to turn to the demand side of things and to bring more and more organizations who have large data sets and who need storage. And so we're launching Project Gravity. It's a referral program that aims to reward community members who help bring successful new use cases as well as clients to Filecoin. And here's how it works. It's relatively straightforward. For referrals that bring data sets between 100 petabytes and 1 petabyte, one can earn 100 Phil in referral bonus. And for even larger data sets, those that are over 1 petabyte, the referral bonus becomes 500 Phil. There are specific types of data sets that we feel most excited about. First, it needs to be a large data set. We're starting at 100 terabytes of total data size. Ideally, it's more of a cold storage use case, which means that data is not frequently accessed and is more of a static use case. We're looking for open data sets that have public data, don't require encryption. And finally, we're most excited about data sets that have public goods characteristics. These are the ones that have social justice, life sciences, environmental, or cultural heritage value. So you can think about climate change, scientific research data set, maybe it's a museum or art collection archive. And to give you a bit of a flavor of what that could look like, I can walk through a few examples of active proofs of concepts that we're working on right now. The first one is the one you just heard about, which is the Shoah Foundation data set. Just to recap, Shoah Foundation is the world's largest archive on testimony of Holocaust and other genocides. And Filecoin is a perfect storage option for this use case for a number of reasons. First, it provides continuous record to show that files are secure and have not been tampered with, which was critical for the mission of the Shoah Foundation of preserving these testimonials for future generations. And also, it's the interoperability at the protocol level and permissionless interfaces that give community the ability to collectively build and improve the tooling to support these data sets. So that's one example. Another one is Internet Archive. Internet Archive has been collaborating with Protocol Labs on onboarding a 2016 end of presidential term data set to Filecoin. And the goal is to enable researchers and public interest groups to retrospectively analyze data after a change of leadership. Similar to the Shoah Foundation, storing this information on Filecoin was a perfect fit for the foundation's goal. First, decentralization of storage allowed Internet Archive digital history to be available from thousands of computers, not just a few, which was very important for their mission. Second, permanence of storage allowed preserving the web and fostering its future to allow its history to be persisted over decades and maybe even centuries. And finally, it was also the open source nature that allowed community to participate and build new tools. So if these sound like some of the organizations in your network or organizations that you could refer to the Project Gravity, here are some steps to follow to participate in the program. First, we want you to register your deal at filecoin.io/gravity. That's a critical step to enter your referral into the system. Then the team will reach out to you via Slack or email to ask some clarifying questions or to gather more detail. Next, we will need your help to set up an introductory call to better understand the needs of the organization you're referring, to establish whether Filecoin is a good fit for both parties. Then we'll start working on creating a joint onboarding plan to define proof of concept and start onboarding data. And here are some of the conditions for granting the awards. First, of course, we want it to be a mutual agreement between the client and Protocol Labs on a clear proof of concept proposal. We want to make sure it's a good fit for the client and also for our program. Second, the first sector of the proof of concept piece needs to be sealed before December 1st. So it's a limited time offer. We're looking for net new organizations, so the ones that have not stored data on file or IPFS yet. And finally, the organization needs to be comfortable to talk publicly about our collaboration because we want to advertise it and we want to make it known to the community. And there is no limit to how many referrals can be submitted to participate. So you can bring as many clients as you know of. There is a special case for nonprofits. If there is a nonprofit organization that volunteers to onboard their data onto Filecoin, they are eligible to the referral bonus in the form of a grant. So next steps could be, first of all, register your referral today at our website, filecoin.io/gravity. And if you have any questions at all, please join our Slack with the address here, and the team will be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. This completes my presentation on the Gravity program. We're looking forward to hearing from you on the referrals that you might have, and looking forward to work together.
Well, thanks so much for that, Marina. So just to reiterate, if you're interested in taking part in Project Gravity, which is, bring large data sets to Filecoin, you should go to filecoin.io/gravity. Now, we're going to go over to our next session, which is all about Web3 browsers and decentralized storage. We have Dietrich Ayala, who is IPFS ecosystem lead, and Aniruddha Bose, who is a wallet engineer at Brave for this session. I'm going to kick it over to them now to talk about decentralized storage and Web3 browsers.
Hey everybody, welcome to Friday and Filecoin's first birthday. Happy to be here to talk about the work that we're doing, both protocol labs and around the ecosystem. And today also with Ani from Brave. And we're gonna have a little conversation about some of the things that both Brave and protocol labs and the overall IPFS and browsers ecosystem are doing. So a quick intro, who are we? My name is Dietrich Ayala. Been working on IPFS things for a couple of years now. Came from the browser world, working on Firefox and Firefox OS and developer advocacy and other things for a long time before that. And I would like to introduce my conversationalist for today from Brave, Ani.
Hi, Dietrich. First of all, thanks a lot for having me here. This is actually the second time we are in conversation. The previous one was in Browser 3000, something like that, a couple of months back by IPFS. And yeah, so I'm really excited to be here. So to introduce myself, my name is Ani. I'm a wallet engineer at Brave, where I'm working on a crypto wallet that's natively part of the Brave web browser. So I have a background in crypto. Previous to that, I worked at Ledger on financial on a custody software for financial institutions. So we had clients starting from exchanges to even banks or family offices. So that was a fun experience. Now I'm back to more being closer to the community and building stuff for end users. Which was a lot different from what I used to do before that. Yeah.
I did not know that about you. Now I know a little bit more. I think first, maybe let's spend a couple of minutes talking about some of the initiatives that we have going on. I'll start with a couple of things that we're doing in the broader browser world, and then we can hear a little bit more about what's going on in Brave World. What are the core things that we do in the IPFS ecosystem to ensure that IPFS and related technologies are available to developers on the regular web is that we work with native browsers to get support of the protocol inside of them. This year, we saw a couple of major launches. One of the first things that happened this year, I think it was late January, Brave launched the first IPFS native node functionality inside of a major desktop browser. This is really a big moment for the availability and accessibility of IPFS to regular web users in a truly decentralized way, where their browser actually was a participating node in the IPFS public network. We've been working with Brave ever since on smoothing out that functionality, figuring out what we can build on top of it, and really determining what is the end user experience for a native IPFS web. What does it mean when your web browser might be sharing some of the stuff that you have browsed to? What does it mean, again, now with the advent of NFTs, what are the types of functionality that we can have in a browser that has both your cryptographic identity through its wallet and also you're constantly browsing the cryptographic assets that you are either interacting with communities with or have purchased even. So really looking at kind of what the next types of functionality are there with Brave. The Opera actually shipped also this year in iOS, which really concluded the triad of tier 1 support for the IPFS protocol in Opera browser this year. So you can get it in Opera Touch on iOS, Opera browser for Android, and also Opera desktop all support IPFS protocol in the address bar, so you can load IPFS sets directly from dApps using that address format, and it forwards the request out to a IPFS HTTP gateway. So it actually uses the dweb.link gateway there to proxy those requests. So that's really an improvement for developers, and especially again, as different platforms are loading IPFS assets off IPFS natively, really reduces the frictions for them. One of the other interesting initiatives that we've been pushing on this year, and we just actually funded a grant for with Web Recorder, is about the Web 2 to Web 3 archive and migration flow. So while Web 3 is obviously what we're building, we're super excited about, it's really important and part of the mission of Protocol Labs, and one of the core use cases of IPFS protocol is about taking data that might be under threat of not being available at some point and making sure that it's available for as long as people need it. So we're working with folks like Web Recorder to, one, standardize kind of like the format and stack for Web 2 to Web 3 data migration inside of browsers, but also outside of browsers, and looking at large-scale crawling and archival use cases. We're also doing some research on that end too with Internet Archive and Old Dominion University around really just how under threat is the web today, and Web 2. Is the web growing or shrinking? How much of the web is actually moving off of the web into unarchivable places, like either behind a login gateway like Instagram or Facebook, or into native apps. So doing research just to understand still just how big of a problem is this, the availability of our human effluent online being available for future generations, or even our immediate uses when things like politicians maybe take down their tweets or change their the message on their website to obscure what things they've said before. So a lot of different reasons and use cases why this Web 2 to Web 3 stack and migration path for archiving and making sure that data stays secure is really important. And I think the third area that we're really looking at, and especially looking into 2022, is around mobile and mobile use cases. So we've done some work already with Brave shipping IPFS mobile features. As you just heard, Opera also already ships IPFS protocol support in their mobile browsers on Android and iOS. But we're also working with projects like Puma browser to add IPFS support into a more Web3 native experience for that browser, and experimenting with projects like the Birdie project on what it looks like when you actually have a full IPFS node running inside of mobile browsers. Right now it's pretty heavyweight for a lot of use cases, but sometimes that's a trade-off that you want to make, and we want to be able to ensure that opportunity and that possibility is available for people that need it most. We're also looking at ways to leapfrog even the constraints of extractive platforms like Android and iOS with experimentations like a fork of KaiOS that has a bundled MetaMask and actually supports IPFS protocol natively. So you could actually have a Web3 device that is running an operating system that's basically the web platform plus Web3 functionality. So we're really interested in understanding what the opportunities are there for a more Web3 native web experience moving forward. And we're going to see a lot more of that stuff in 2022. I think one thing that I probably bring up later when we have talk about this stuff is things like interoperability and standardization. So we can push hard on these things in individual products like Brave or Puma or Opera, but without a level of interoperability and standardization, the barriers for developers and their daily pain points that they experience is still really, really high. So maybe we'll talk about that if we have time before this half hour is over. What's going on at Brave?
So one of the things that people are like, a lot of outsiders are not used to Brave as the company. They think is that it's just a browser company, which it's not. It's more like an internet company. So browser being the primary first product that we ship. The other ones being search. We have our own search engine. We have a Brave Talk for video conferencing, and the latest addition to the Brave suite of products is I'm excited to share with the community is a native wallet right in your browser. So this is now available by default in the nightly channel, which means in a couple of weeks, I think in 4 weeks, it will be available in a release channel and shipped to our 40 million monthly active users, which is a big deal. Well, I know that my dad has Brave installed on his phone, and voila, he's going to have a crypto wallet by default without even having to install it. And that's really the kind of the power of browsers and what they can bring to this ecosystem. Just to speak a few things about this wallet. So first of all, it's not a browser extension, which is something that we are usually using for accessing dApps. So this is a core part of your browser and implemented in C++, which makes it more secure. So it's not an extension. And it's also low on CPU and memory because it doesn't have to rely on an additional background process that's always, pulling things. Also improves the user experience overall. So overall, I think it's going to give a very fast user experience. Something that people are used to, people are familiar with, but which is available out of the box in the browser. Another cool feature would be that it is multi-chain. So right now it's just supporting EVM and EVM compatible chains. But we are going to gradually add support for things like Bitcoin or your favorite Dogecoin or whatever that is, because we wouldn't like to take a stance on what's our favorite currency that we provide as a for users to access on our wallet. It's whatever they feel like using, because all of these are open protocols and we have to support them in our wallets. And something that could be of interest to the Filecoin community is that we are adding support for Filecoin in this native wallet through Ledger for now. And the next step after that will be to have that natively in the software wallet queuing. So you can bring your Filecoins and manage, take self-custody of it in Brave Wallet. So that's what we have right now. We are going to we're going to have a lot of updates in and around Wallet. So always stay tuned. Feel free to try it out on the Nightly channel. If you have any feedback, you can always reach out to me or anyone at Brave, really, on Twitter. That's the best place to send your feedback to us. And I'm really looking forward to it.
That's fantastic news. Congratulations on the wallet being available in Nightly by default. I know shipping critical features like this inside browsers can be a hair-raising experience, and being on by default in Nightly is a big accomplishment. So congrats to you and the team. Excited to play around with that. And also fantastic. We've been working with you all on Filecoin support for that wallet, so we're excited to see that happen as well. There's a couple of things that I think would be interesting for people who are watching to learn about. I think even if you're a web developer, a lot of times you don't spend a lot of time thinking about why a browser is popular. It's a single channel to, or one of the channels that you have to your users. But when you're making a browser, you have a different set of responsibilities, both around user safety, but also around the broader ecosystem. I think something you said when you're talking about the wallet was really interesting, which is when developing that wallet, you don't necessarily want to pick a winner of any of these cryptocurrencies. The idea is to support what the users need most. This is one of the challenges that we have in IPFS and protocol development generally as well. When we're thinking about integrating different naming systems or something like that, we don't want to pick winner. We want to be able to have the decentralized platform be able to meet kind of the long tail of different users' needs. And that's one of the main differences, I think, between the work that we're doing in Web3 and the web platform today, which is maybe a little bit narrower view on one single type of common denominator. For Brave, as you said, as an internet company, not just a browser company, how do you think about that generally? You're developing a wallet, you're developing a search engine, you're supporting different chains and different tokens. How important is that for you, and how much does that come into your thinking, Brave, when you think about interoperability or standardization?
Well, I think neutrality of protocols should be it should be primary to things like web browsers, because it is the most commonly installed software in most users' devices. It is actually the most sophisticated device software that you have on your smartphone right now. So if most of your screen time is spent on a browser, and if you use it to interface with the world, with the Web3 world or Web2 world out there, then it's really the job of the browser to keep things neutral. And well, you can think of privacy as kind of achieving something like that, where you try to provide the user with a safe browsing experience. If you think about it, like I've not been using browsers since a very long time, but not long back ago, like, to just imagine that you can browse the internet without ads, it was something unimaginable, at least for me. Okay, I didn't know about efficient ad trackers out there. Maybe they didn't exist, but now it's part of your browsing experience, and it's like the core value proposition of Brave. So I think going forward, what will happen is there will be these niche browsers, each having their own strong point. If you care about privacy, maybe you go for Brave. If you don't care about privacy, maybe you go for something else like Chrome. I don't know. But that's really important, because we have reflected the same thing with search and with all the other products that we have, even with Brave Talk. It is end-to-end encrypted from day one, unlike Zoom, which was not for a long time. I think, at least for Brave, I can speak for Brave that whatever we do, the products we build, they have to send a coherent message to the user that, okay, if you care about privacy, if you care about open access to protocols, then we have a suite of products that can allow you to do that. Even integration with things like IPFS, it's achieving the same goal to a large extent.
Yeah, I think for me, a lot of it comes down to choice. If I don't make web technologies, but I'm a user of web technologies hat on, I want to be able to have a choice, and there are not really a lot of products that give me that ability to have that choice. I tend to scratch my own itch a lot with browser extensions, and I've done a lot of work with browser extension APIs, even developing some of the APIs, and that surface area of what I can do as a developer is increasingly constrained. One of the big changes that we're going to have this year that's affecting our development priorities is the advent of Manifest v3 in the browser extension architecture and infrastructure. There's now a browser extensions community group at the W3C, which is, I think, a really good move in terms of standardization and interoperability and community direction of the features and surface area. But the big architectural change that kind of made that happen was Manifest v3, which is a reduction in what I can do as a developer when I'm building an extension. Things like our IPFS companion extension, or probably even projects like MetaMask and things that our web wallets are going to have to basically do a major rewrite, probably like we are for Manifest v3. But even within that rewrite, we have to move functionality from our extension out into our desktop application that runs the IPFS daemon itself, until, of course, we get native support for that across more browsers. And I think this is one of the challenges that, as a user, I have less choice in most of the browsers. And even as a developer, kind of the ability that I have to be able to change what a browser experience can be, to give more capabilities to end users, to put more choice in their hands, even that API, and feature and capability surface areas is being more constrained over time. So it's exciting to see an approach that does have that choice or openness at the very least at the basis of how you're thinking about feature prioritization and standardization. I agree too. I did a talk, well, how long ago? So long ago now, it feels like at a DWeb camp a couple of years ago. You're like, oh, it was pre-COVID. It was a different time. People were gathering together. in person, and I did talk about how whether the one size fits all browser era is at an end, because there are all these ambient pressures pushing on what the internet users' needs are that aren't met by a one size fits all security model, a one size fits all privacy model. We can rhapsodize about the web that we know know today, but one of the largest problems that is on the web today that even companies like Google spend really a large amount of money on is things like malware and safety protection. The DNS is not the intersection of DNS and SSL is not a panacea for safety online, and that's been one of the major challenges in Web 2. What do you think are the challenges that face Web3 developers today? We're seeing an explosion in dApp development. We're seeing an explosion in NFT platforms, NFT development. What do you think the major pain points that they hit are in browsers from what you're seeing?
It's a great question, because so first of all, we have come a long way. If you see the first browser that was ever built, it was at CERN. It was, by the way, you can still try it out. I think it's archived somewhere in CERN's website. I gave you the shot, so it seems like it's 1,000 years old. Like, it seems to be an era that I'm just not. I cannot digest that. But there could be a browser that's like that. But even at the time, to achieve such a feat was really it was a big deal. And so first of all, we have to acknowledge that we have come a long way, but we have a long way to go as well. So I would like to categorize these challenges into several buckets. The first being UX challenges. So there are a lot of quirks with browsers, not just with browsers, but with these new age protocols that we're integrating. The thing is, we've been lucky so far because all these users we have had so far, they have been early adopters, and they can work their way around these quirks. They know how to figure things out. They know what IPFS is. Okay, but for the next billion users who are going to be onboarded to these platforms, it should be as seamless as watching a YouTube video and not knowing if you're using UDP or TCP/IP. And we have to go to that level of user experience. And if you think about it, the role of a browser, or what Brave is trying to do, is to craft a user experience around these protocols. The basic user experience is around TCP/IP, so you can visit websites and everything. Now you have integration with IPFS. Now you have a crypto wallet. All these are like you're building on top of Ethereum protocol, IPFS, TCP/IP, so on. So we have to figure out how we can make it so intuitive that the user wouldn't know if they are visiting IPFS website, which is already pretty much the case. If you can use these various gateways, there are a lot of things happening behind the scenes. You can spin up a local IPFS node, which is a big deal for a browser. Like, you can trustlessly access content from IPFS, cryptographically verify. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes. But still, we need to iron out many other issues in UX department. I would say, yeah.
I think we're nearing the end of time, but I think that's a great point to wrap up on, which is that we've made huge strides in making Web3 technologies available in browsers, and honestly, with the unbelievable kind of month-over-month growth that you're seeing over at Brave, those technologies are available to more people in a frictionless way than has ever probably been possible. But even that said, there are really huge challenges ahead in the design of the security UI, the UX of privacy and security models that are new and different than what we're used to, and how you bring these types of technologies to people in a way where they understand the trade-offs that they're making, and gaining some superpowers in exchange for different things that they have to trade away. They need to be able to understand what that means. So we're super excited to be able to work with with Brave to be able to figure out some of those problems, attack those challenges, and push capabilities, the abilities of Web3 out into end users' hands. So thanks for joining today. Awesome to talk to you again. Congratulations on the native wallet shipping in Nightly. And I will definitely go check it out. Thanks, everybody, and happy first birthday to Filecoin. See you next time, next year.
Well, big thanks, Dietrich and Ani. Just to echo one of the themes from that chat, it's all about having user choice on the web, which is not something we have a ton of right now. And it's something that lots of builders in Web3 are trying to introduce. We're going to go, I think, to a short break, but there's plenty more coming up here on the ecosystem growth track. We have Ronil Rumberg, the founder of Audius, which is a pretty popular consumer-facing music streaming Web3 solution. We're going to hear from Amazon Web Services on decentralizing global storage. And then everyone's favorite Colin Everin will be back to talk about catalyzing the next 1,000 startups in the Filecoin ecosystem. So check out the Filecoin Slack for more of all of the presentations you've seen today. If you're tweeting about this event, use Filecoin Orbit as a hashtag, and we'll be back after a short break.
Currents are gone. Talk about systems, who's the boss that gets with them. With it, and you feel me, you'll feel me with the big connect. Talk to me now if you're amped, if you're hamped, if you ham on whole wheat for the knowledge that's zero. Nothing, nil, nada nor zilch. Residual RAM, this is bad toxic waste. I'll trust your setup like I trusted your mama. Jokes. People do your best to take them, says Pickle Heart Liver Thief. I like to make them. I like my curves like my workout machines. Elliptical. My products whose factors impractical. Might not be post-quantum, but whoever is getting them's glad that they got them. They call me Strong Bitter, but I ain't no Sith. My homie Digger, it fell off a cliff. And free fall inspector cryptic calculation. Not a main, not a should, not a might, but a must. Homie Rick terminal philosophy. Give me snark, give me proof, give me bill. I expect consensus and nothing less. We'll work for tip sets. You try to grind, try to dodge my chain. Well then, fork you, let me explain. The coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a transubstantiation racket, a crypto economic packet. It's a virtuous virtual state machine, replicated and proven to be obscene in several geopolitical jurisdictions, Xing out engineers like historical fictions. We call it wartime and it ain't no joke. It's a mountain of thermal paste, billowing smoke. It's a problem hard and indiscreet. It's a logjam of bad RAM and it's death robust. Picture a puzzle in, rewrite it and rest. I'm really worried, how worried I'm dead. I broke the proof, well that makes me sad. But I might have a plan to make it alright. I think you just asked me to stay up all night. Give me spark, give me proof, give me fill. I expect consensus and nothing less. We'll work for tip sets too. You try to grind, try to dodge my chain. Well then, fork you, let me explain. Well then, fork you, let me explain. Coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the file is the coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the coin is the coin is the coin.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Nolan Bowerly. I'll be your host for the afternoon here to bring Orbit home. Got some great sessions for the rest of the afternoon. The first one is going to be on sort of related to the original sin of the internet, right? Which is that there was no economy, no way to limit the amount of media, right? So if the original sin for cryptocurrencies to create Bitcoin was this unlimited money printing, we can say the original sin of the internet was this unlimited ability to copy content. And this resulted in paywalls and playlists and all kinds of different media. So we've got June Ian Wong here, who is quickly becoming one of the authorities, experts, if you will, on social tokens and where all of this monetization of content is going to head. So you're going to see a quick trailer come up with the speakers, and they're great. We've got audience. We've got a couple of really awesome people here. June's going to introduce them all. So get ready for our first session this afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Hey everyone, I'm back, switching from host to moderator. We've got a great panel today. We're going to talk about music, media, and culture, a little bit more about the creative side of what's going on in Filecoin specifically, and then Web3 in general. So I'm going to let our panelists here tell us a little bit about their projects from their own in their own words. So if you guys want to unmute yourselves, I'm going to start maybe with you, David. Tell us a little bit about Lit Protocol. It seems like a very new project, right? Twitter account formed in August. So tell us a little bit about that.
Hey, everybody. My name is David Snyder. Thanks for being here. So what Lit Protocol is a crypto primitive that provides access control in a decentralized way. So functionally, what that does is it lets blockchain users access digital and native or digitally native and other real world experiences enabled by token ownership and wallet history. Essentially, making a user's on-chain identity and reputation portable to other decentralized systems, Web 2 systems, content, streaming services, etc.
Great. Sounds a little bit like Collabland. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, basically you can think about Lit Protocol, if you're familiar with Collabland, as like the decentralized and generalizable version of what Collabland provides at the application layer for Discord. So we have a lot of projects that are building native web experiences whereby a user who's either streaming payments or owns an NFT or some on-chain condition can then access some locked content or experience.
Gotcha. I have a ton of questions to dive into around some of those use cases as we go. Over to you, Ronil. Tell us a little bit about how Audius has been doing and anything else you'd like to add.
Yeah, so excited to be here. I'm Ronil. I'm one of the co-founders of a project called Audius. It's a digital streaming service that connects fans directly with artists and exclusive new music. That direct piece is really where we see our key differentiator being, enabled by great tech like IPFS and many others in the space. So excited to be here. The project's about 4 years old now, and we serve about 6 million people on a monthly basis on the listener side, and about 100,000 artists have uploaded about 500,000 tracks now. So it's been good. It's been a good ride. A lot of music content now on IPFS via Audius, which has been fun to see.
Excellent. I feel compelled to explain a little bit since Nolan gave me a hyped up intro earlier. So I've been dabbling involved in social tokens for some time. I advise Rally, which is a social token platform. I'm part of Seed Club, which helps projects, incubate and figure out, well, I should say communities incubate and figure out if they want to introduce a token into the mix. So that's the social token bit, which I'm sure we'll have overlaps with as we talk about all of these things. So David, I was checking out Lit Gateway, right? So there's a bunch of different categories, things that you can unlock. Obviously, it's early days for Lit Protocol, but are you seeing any early traction? Are people more interested in one thing over another?
Yeah, I mean, some of the applications that have been built out, especially like I can talk to some of the ones that are using IPFS and Filecoin specifically, and then some of the other ones that we're seeing people use. Like the most basic one is essentially a decentralized version of Dropbox. There's a few DAOs that are using this where they can upload their files, like their white papers and their marketing materials to IPFS, and then create a condition that says only members of the DAO have the capacity to decrypt and download that file. And functionally, what happens is the user has a link and they're signing a message. The nodes of the Lit protocol are verifying either that they own the NFT or that their address is listed in the member array in the DAO contract. And then they're receiving a encryption key to decrypt that content that's on IPFS. So that's been kind of a really cool way to use IPFS. Another way that some folks have leveraged IPFS and Lit protocol is in the context of unlockable HTML NFTs. So a number of people have already started creating these. As a lot of folks know, an NFT is functionally just like a pointer on a blockchain that's pointing to some file, whether it's a JPEG. But what's really interesting is that file can be an HTML file. So you can have some locked content encrypted inside of it and basically set it up such that only the owner of the NFT can unlock and view that file, kind of moving beyond the collectible, adding, starting to think about NFTs less as necessarily picture frames or movie screens, but more like web browsers that have exclusive portals to content and experiences. And so that's been really fun too. And then just another type of application that I'll mention as well that we're seeing some usage with is using this access control protocol on top of Web 2 applications. So like creating token gated Zoom meetings, token gated Google Drive, and token gated social experiences in some of these spatial social softwares that got very popular during the pandemic.
Yeah, no, that's super fascinating because, even as we develop this whole DAO space, right, so much of the tooling remains very, very Web 2, whether it's Zoom meetings or, Discord or Google Docs. So that's super interesting. Would love to come back to you after this to see if there's actually more DAO stuff that people are using Lit protocol for. But over to you, I guess, Ronil. I think I read a headline not too long ago that you guys are now on TikTok, right? So if creators on TikTok want to use music, they can pull that music from Audius. Can you tell us a little bit about how that's gone and what impact that has had on your platform?
Yeah. So this has been a really fun integration. We've been kind of getting to know the folks at TikTok for a little while, and an opportunity kind of came up for the basic issue here is that it's like it's not super easy to upload content into TikTok directly, audio content that is, to a point where there are a number of artists in our community at Audius who have very large followings on TikTok, and they'll actually hold their phone up to their laptop speaker and rip their own song into their phone. It's just because TikTok's a mobile app, right? And that's the way most people use it. So how do you actually get an audio file into a mobile app? It's not trivial, especially on iOS. So what this integration looks like is now from the Audius app, any track that you've uploaded, you can click one button to push it directly into TikTok, and then go, create content with it, do whatever you want. It was an especially fun integration, I think, because it's I think a good sort of blueprint for more broadly how Web 2 companies, I think we're going to see over time, start to engage more with Web 3. They're kind of gateway distribution channels and ecosystems like Audius that can help bridge this divide a little bit. Audius is a fully open source network, right? So even if our team hadn't helped the TikTok folks get this over the finish line, they still could have done it without us, right? Which is the most important, interesting aspect of any sort of decentralized tool chain, right? Like removing that platform risk for developers. So yeah, all in, it's been really fun. I think we have seen, if you look at our usage over time, it's hard to specifically correlate given features, given changes with changes in that. But if you look at the charts, there definitely was a small inflection that happened around the time of that announcement, and we're seeing on the analytics that we do get from the mobile app, which we have a pretty low opt-in rate, just because people who use Web3 products tend not to want to share data with analytics providers, right? So if you hit no in that little thing, but what data we do have, we've seen pretty strong engagement with it, which has been exciting.
Yeah, it's super interesting because it's almost kind of like Web3 content getting injected into like a Web2 platform. It's kind of the opposite of what we normally see, right? One question I wanted to pose to you guys, especially because you deal with so many kind of like end users, right, is how much, and especially because a lot of end users now are new to crypto. So the question is, how much crypto do you expose to the end user, right? So like, for example, I was just on the Audius website. There's not, there's no talk about the token and so on. You got to click quite a few links before you get to that bit. So maybe tell us a little bit about that, and then would love to hear your perspective as well, David.
Yeah, I think the key here is that Audius is a music distribution tool chain enabled by crypto. It's not the other way around, right? It's not a crypto ecosystem that happens to engage with music, right? We treat crypto as a sort of a technical architecture choice that allows Audius to better serve on the value prop that it gives to artists, which is that artists have direct access to their relationships with fans. Those relationships can't be taken away from them. They get all the data that is generated through that, and they get this bi-directional channel, right? The ability to engage more deeply with fans than any other platform can provide them right now. And all of those value props are fundamentally tied to the choice of Audius being built in a decentralized way and being community owned, community operated. But as an end user, you don't need to know that how architecturally something is built and works to be able to get the value from it, right? I mean, imagine if you had to understand top to bottom like Uber's or Lyft's infrastructure to be able to get a taxi, right? It's just like, I don't know, who cares, right? Who cares if they use Postgres or if they use Redis or whatever other things it may be? I just want to get from point A to point B, and I want to do it as quickly as possible. Similarly, with Audius, we focus on the use case, not like the tool chain and architecture choice that allows us to get to that use case.
Sure. Yeah, totally. David, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a really interesting prompt. I mean, as it relates to the technology that we've developed around access control, just to kind of put it in context, obviously the main goal of blockchains was to create this permissionless ledger. But in order to do that, some of the initial architectural designs were obviously one, for transparency, and two, to put an asymmetric key pair, a wallet, in the hands of every user. And now that those wallets are on the web, basically, like, that's the core understanding that somebody needs to have to be able to leverage all the applications that have integrated with this access control protocol. Because functionally, because of those two conditions, public historical metadata and the user having a key, they can now interact with that metadata, get utility from that metadata, from the wallet's holdings and history to access certain things. So kind of the bar for entry, so to speak, is just understanding, like, if you have a wallet, that's something that's yours. There's sovereignty associated with that. And frankly, to me, that's one of the most exciting things about this space. I think we're just starting to see what the kind of the societal implications will be when somebody can conceive, I'm not a row in a database in this third-party platform, but I actually have something that's mine and it's powerful, right? Being able to receive funds, encrypt, decrypt, etc.
Yeah, no, totally. We have like 5 minutes left. I wanted to ask you guys a little bit of a forward-looking question. So, we've seen, for example, last year, obviously, DeFi summer. This year, I don't know what the term is, NFT spring, maybe. But all of that, you've seen phases, right? So like NFTs, for example, was very, very much like graphic art. And then we've been moving into, for example, play to earn and so on and so forth. So I guess maybe Ronil, what are you seeing? What do you think, in the next 12 months, let's say, what verticals, categories of people, demographics might get interested and involved in this space?
Yeah, I think at least in our work at Audius, we've seen such a dramatic shift over the last year in folks' willingness to engage with these ideas and with these concepts. That's specifically within the music industry, at least, right? I think all of the bigger power brokers and players that exist in legacy music are paying attention and are like very excited about what our ecosystem is providing, which is really cool, right? I mean, it's amazing to be seeing kind of legacy groups engage with and wanting to understand and wanting to bridge this gap to what's new and what's potentially interesting for them. So I think we're going to continue to see that play out, more and more kind of folks like getting red pilled, whatever like term you want to use for it, into this crypto ecosystem. And to the extent that products like Lit Protocol and Audius can be enablers to that, like, we're excited for it. There's this very powerful kind of rising tide right now that's lifting us all up. But more pointedly to your question, I do think like there's this broader shift that's already underway towards DAO-based governance around projects, and then DAOs more broadly, I think being very interesting. What remains to be seen, or what we haven't seen yet, I think is a lot of like really usable, nice tools to engage with those products, right? And I think that will be an enabler, right? I think we often forget, because we're in this like crypto microcosm, that the install base of wallets is, it's hard to precisely estimate, but it's likely on the order of like, single digit to possibly low double digit millions of people. And we're on a world of 7 billion people, right? Like, there's a different level of kind of usability and like tooling required to get a mass audience engaged. And I'm very excited to see that tooling get developed around DAOs, right? I want to be able to see any end user who has a mobile phone, and mobile phones have like secure enclaves and all this great tech now to enable these sorts of usable experiences, be able to engage with a DAO and do cool stuff without having to write down a seed phrase and go to their safe deposit box and take 15 other steps, right? Buy some ETH to talk to the contract.
Yeah, you and me both. How many seed phrases have we lost? But that's a perfect segue to David, actually, to talk about DAO tooling and what else you see coming up.
Yeah, I think Ronil nailed that around kind of incumbent players creating bridges to engage a crypto audience, and then certainly the DAO tooling. And I think that's that's also the big story forward, looking both to the next year and beyond. That's, to me, the big promise of crypto is like global scale platform cooperatives. Like a user-owned Uber or a driver-owned Uber that's all across the world has some pretty phenomenal implications in terms of like income inequality and things of that nature. As it relates to DAO tooling, a lot of the stuff is like that I'm seeing and that we've been helping with is pretty just like core infrastructural stuff right now around how to do payments, how to do information sharing, task management. We're in the midst of integrating with document tooling called clarity.so, whereby in the document, it's like, okay, if you want to claim a task, you must own this given NFT, things like that, where the DAO tooling starts to become layered. It's not like if you have the NFT or not, you can see it, but there's different stages, different working groups that have access and rights over certain things.
Yeah, that's super exciting. Where can people go to find out more about Lit Protocol?
Litprotocol.com.
All right, and Audius, your
Audius.co, AUDIUS. Yeah.
Awesome. I was just going to say as well, you mentioned platform cooperatives, and this is one of my favorite books ever, which is Trebor Schultz. He came up with platform cooperative.
He's the OG platform co-op guy.
Yes. All right, over to you, Nolan. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, June. Interesting stuff. The DAO field continues to amaze, and if you look at the type of human capital that's been peeling into it for the last few years, we can see it taking the baton from all these other things that have helped push the industry forward. So that's really exciting stuff. So next, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back with Joel Thorstensen from Ceramic, created by 3box. And what we'll be talking about there is modeling data like clay, Ceramic network for advanced databases. See you soon. Joel is going to be joining us in 1 minute. Joel is the co-creator of Ceramic and the co-founder and CTO of 3Box Labs. He's been working on user-centric identity and data since he first joined Consensus in 2015. Before diving into crypto full-time, he was studying complex adaptive systems. So Joel, please take it away. And I think you're on mute, Joel.
Yeah, thanks, Noah. All right, exciting to be here. So I'm going to be chatting about something that me and kind of my team has been working on since pretty much 2015, when we started thinking about like user identity in crypto. And really what we figured out is identity isn't just like something that's a credential or a verification that you get from an institution or a government. It's more kind of like an emergent property from all of the interactions with other people in the world. And in order to kind of capture all of those interactions, that needs to happen in a kind of, we need data about them. And we want this data to be publicly verifiable, of course, if we want to build kind of decentralized applications. So today I'm going to be talking about the internet's user table and basically how we can build a database and a user network that we can eventually outcompete any kind of incumbent big tech company. All right, so what's a user table? Well, it's essentially just this kind of database that contains like user information. So you might have an identifier for a user, you might store a password hash, and you might store some other information like a username and whatnot. And this can be used to identify the user if they sign into your backend, or to store any type of like data associated with the user, or like posts that the user made to like interact with other users. And so as a company that, you know, building a Web 2 system, you kind of have the incentive to create a large user table as possible, because then you get kind of network effects. And that's kind of how you win the Web 2 game. You have your proprietary user table that logs people into your application. But what that kind of game and competition eventually creates is something that looks like this. You have these big companies that have huge silos of user table data, or like user data, and they end up using that in their position to extract as much value from the users as possible, without kind of any regard for externalities on the users or the communities that the users exist in. And really kind of what we want to create in Web3 and with the technology we're all building is something more like this. We have kind of like an open ecosystem of data where users have full kind of control and sovereignty over it. And different applications can kind of mix and match, and you have this kind of modular architecture. And so I thought this kind of solar punk inspired image kind of describes that, or like visualizes that pretty well. All right, so how do we do this? Well, actually, I missed a slide. So doesn't like blockchain applications kind of solve this today? Well, the problem is you have a user wallet and you use that to interact with smart contracts. And on the kind of financial layer, you have mostly like this type of interoperability between users, because any app can kind of create a front end for the smart contracts. But most kind of more sophisticated dApps today that kind of have more social features and stuff like that, they actually store their user data on a backend and a centralized user table. You might sign in with the wallet, we still have the kind of same siloing effect of data. And so how do we solve this? Well, we need to create a global shared user table where all applications can kind of like store data that's with the user. The user has full control and can choose which application kind of get access. And eventually, essentially like let the applications build networks effects together. And so what would this look like? Well, maybe something like this. So in this kind of stupid example, you have like an Ethereum address that cryptographically signs any updates to the columns here, which is username and emoji. And this could potentially be a way to represent like any user. Well, there are some problems with this though. Firstly, we kind of need a better way to represent the user than like an Ethereum address. There are many blockchains, so we definitely want a user to be able to use different accounts that they have on different blockchains. So they want to be able to link their Filecoin address and the Ethereum address and maybe their Bitcoin address to the same identifier and use that across applications, even if they're like using different blockchains. So you don't kind of want to, we don't want to recreate kind of the problem we have now with the big tech companies with is that big tech blockchains that silo user data, because then we end up in the same kind of problem. And users might also want to have some addresses that are more secure, that store kind of funds on a hardware wallet that might give them access right to a DAO, but they don't want to use that every day to like make comments and stuff on a forum, so they can link two addresses together, one kind of like more hot wallet with less funds and one kind of cold wallet that just gives them access to this DAO community or something like that. We also need this shared global user table to be anti-fragile. And so what that means is when users write to, when applications create data and store that with the user. And so imagine a row in this decentralized user table being name. And so application A might store a name that's just a string, but then application B expects the name to be an object that contains a name and a surname. And now you have a problem, right? Because if a user comes to application A, they will create a name, and then they go to application B, and that will maybe like break the application B and vice versa, right? So we need a way to kind of coordinate and about what data is stored in which way. Otherwise, this system would be like extremely fragile and like wouldn't really work as a means to share data. Another thing is that this needs to be kind of data needs to be like possible to be kept around. So if data is stored on some server, even if that's like completely public, if the application A relies on application B and application B disappears, then like application A is essentially screwed because they don't have access to the data anymore. So this kind of data needs to live on some kind of like open censorship resistant network. Otherwise it won't work as well. And finally, what we get out of this, when we have this kind of global shared user table, we can start building shared network effects across applications. So I might build an application that has a very neat data model, stores some cool data about the user, and I onboard like 10,000 users. Now, someone else comes along and build another application and sees the data model that I had created was super cool, and they use that, and now they kind of already have 10,000 users to start from that are kind of seamlessly already onboarded into their app, but then they onboard like 100,000 users more. And now my application actually benefits from that because now I have another like huge amount of users that already kind of are able to use my application without having to go through my onboarding. And this is eventually like, if we start doing this on a higher scale, then essentially any proprietary user database that is smaller than this kind of global shared user table, they would either have to like switch and start using the global table, or kind of start becoming obsolete because their network effects are used within their own kind of limited scope. And this is eventually like how we can, if we keep growing this kind of shared global user table, that's how we can outcompete all of the big tech companies and kind of set the data of users free. So we've been working on a framework on top of Ceramic Network, which is called Self-ID. And this is essentially a way to create this kind of user table that's shared across the entire Web3 stack. But before I dive into that, I want to just give a primer on like how Ceramic works and how data object in Ceramic works. So a Ceramic object is essentially an event log of IPLD objects. So IPLD is a way to represent hash-linked data that's used in IPFS and Filecoin. So a Ceramic stream is created by creating a Genesis commit, which contains some initial information like who's the controller of the stream, and maybe some initial content. And then that can be anchored into a blockchain, and that essentially provides a proof of publication, meaning a timestamp of like when the creation happened. And then the controller of the stream can keep updating the stream by applying signature commits to point back to the previous object using a hash link. And the signature commit basically contains a patch. So if you traverse the entire log, you'll be able to reduce the state of this object. The neat thing is now you don't have to like sync the entire state of a blockchain to get used to the state of like one object on the blockchain. You can just sync the state of like this particular stream to get the state of the stream. So it's kind of really light client friendly. Each stream has an immutable ID, which essentially allows it to allows a user to or like a developer to find what the latest state of a stream is given this identifier, even if however many times it's been changed. It's using DIDs, which is a kind of cross-network blockchain agnostic way of representing a cryptographic identifier. Yeah, and nodes kind of choose which streams in the ceramic network they choose to persist. All right, so I think that's enough to kind of give you a rough idea of like how a particular object in ceramic works, and then of course there are a lot of these objects on ceramic. So let's dive into self-ID. So self-ID can be thought of as a user table built on top of ceramic. It kind of looks like this. So we have the DID, which is the identity of the user, and then you have different rows that contains different data. So here we have like data model 1, 2, 3. So the DID here, you can see we have a did PKH, which is essentially a blockchain address. Did NFT, which is essentially any NFT. The current owner of the NFT is the one that's allowed to like write to this row in the table. 3ID is a DID method that we created because we needed this kind of universal identifier aspect, which I talked about earlier, where we can like link blockchain accounts from different blockchains into like one identifier or multiple addresses into one identifier, so you can bring the data across the different ecosystems in Web3. Each data model in each row here has a data model has a unique identifier. So instead of naming a column with like, name or emoji or whatever, you could, because that will cause conflicts. Each data model gets kind of like a unique hash that is identifies that column. And so if you have two different data models for a name, they would essentially just be two different columns. So here we can see like the first looks like a name, the second column looks like some kind of metadata information about the user, and the third column contains just some encrypted information. So then it's kind of like up to the user to choose which applications are allowed to write and allowed to read this data.
Here we go. Joel should be back in one moment. He might have frozen.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, guys, we're gonna head to break right now. We've got the Tachyon Filecoin Launchpad Accelerator, the second batch that went through that we're gonna tee up in a few moments. Be right back. Thanks for your patience. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for your patience again. We're going to change our scheduling a little bit. We're going to do the Tachyon Launchpad Accelerator update for the second batch in a few minutes, just as promised, but we are actually going to be able to go back, and we got Joel again. So we're going to let Joel finish this presentation, and we'll continue with our regularly scheduled program in a few minutes. Joel, welcome back.
Thanks. It seems like internet technology is difficult. All right, so I don't think you lost too much. Yeah, so self ID essentially this user table. So now let's look at a particular row. So in this row, we can see there's an identifier and 3 cells. And so this identifier actually cryptographically controls the row, right? And so it's only that user that's allowed to write to that row, because if an application where the ones that were allowed to write there, they could start siloing data, like keeping users out from like sharing that data with other applications. And so the underlying structure for this in Ceramic, essentially the row is one data object, and each cell in the row that points to each cell in the row. And so each cell in the row is also a data object in Ceramic that can be updated over time. So the user can kind of update and change the data as well. And so if we look at a particular data model, we can see that it contains some metadata information like name, description, something else, and then it contains a data schema. And the data schema is really important because it describes what the structure of data has to be. And if some application tries to write some other type of data doesn't conform to the schema, then that will simply not be allowed. And this kind of really allows for this anti-fragility, which I talked about before, because if you're building an application, you're starting to rely on one data model, you know what data to expect, and there won't be any surprises. So this is like important for us to be able to kind of start sharing data without too much coordination across different projects. All right, so I think finally, kind of once we start having this shared global user table, we onboard a bunch of users and have them use this in various different type of applications. And now we like really grow this and make it into a commons of the internet where we can kind of all building applications share these different users and get synergistic network effects. We really kind of can start rooting out some of the bad practices that have been happening with kind of traditional Web 2 companies, because the only way they can like extract all of that value from the users is that the users don't really have a choice. They can't go from Facebook and go somewhere else because their friends are on Facebook. But once we have this globally shared user data, that won't be possible, because if some company were to try to extract a bunch of value from the user would just go to another application. And so this really forces up like builders to create newsfeed algorithms and things like that are totally value aligned with the user, like with individual people, but also like communities of people. And I think that's really powerful, and like it's really gonna allow us to create a information ecology that's not hurtful in the way that we've seen with social media today. All right, so if you're curious and want to learn more, you can go to self.id to create your row in this table. If you want to build with this and create applications that share the network effects with all of the other applications in Web3, you can go to our blog or our developers website at ceramic.network. And yeah, let's unsilo all of humanity's data.
Thanks for that, Joel. We always hear all these things about Web 2 being terrible, but it's different when we actually get to see it in real time, and it fails us when we're trying to broadcast about how we're going to disintermediate them. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to get back with the Tachyon Filecoin Launchpad Accelerator, the second cohort, and that'll be quick updates on 4 separate projects. So stay tuned for that. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Justin, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Mona. Mona is a beautiful, decentralized metaverse designed for artists by artists. It enables incredible new immersive spaces like this one. This is an explorable world created by Marco Matic, creative technologist, NFT artist, and true genius. Mona gives artists like Mark the freedom to create and share immersive spaces at the highest fidelity. Each of these spaces are NFTs, which are stored on IPFS and NFT.storage. And these NFT spaces are fully composable. You're able to purchase these spaces and connect them together to form larger communities all inside the metaverse. We're so excited and grateful to be partnering with Filecoin as they're sponsoring the largest build bounty in the history of the decentralized metaverses. This is the Filecoin Forum. Throughout the month of October, Filecoin will be selecting its favorite 18 spaces that are being built and reward them with $200,000 as a build bounty. At the end of the Filecoin Forum, Filecoin will select these 18 spaces and they'll actually connect them together inside of Mona to create Filecoin's home in the metaverse, there for anyone in the community to come and join and have conversations in a fully immersive multiplayer environment. We love the creative community that's coming together around this. And we have artists who are even beginning to live stream their spaces on Twitch. This artist in particular is adding interactive elements to their Mona space, like the space elevator. And then we have other artists who are delving a little bit deeper into the natural world. With Mona, we're enabling artists to have entire new, unbelievable ways to add interactivity and animations to 3D spaces that are all on the blockchain. We're building the decentralized metaverse with you, and we're looking for more artists to continue building these spaces. To learn more, go to mona.gallery. And once again, we are so grateful and excited to be working with Filecoin on this initiative and to be part of the Filecoin ecosystem. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in the metaverse.
Hey everyone, I'm Anudit Nagpur, and we are currently building out the Converse space. Let's say whatever we talk about in the next 5 minutes or so is so amazing that you just can't contain yourself and want to shout it out to the world. How would you do that? Maybe send out a tweet, or write a Discord message, or write a blog post about it. Whatever way you decide, you're still going to have to leave this video and switch to a different application. Let's hold that thought for a minute. But now, if you're walking down the road with your friend, you can have a conversation about whatever you like. Just point to things. We as humans can communicate about whatever we like without actually breaking away from your walk. So is there really a way of recreating that same human experience, seeing, feeling, expressing right here on the internet? Can we actually bring about and stitch together all of our social experiences and all of the communications that we have online and tie them all together by a single thread? And if so, what can that one thread be? What is the one thing that is unique to every single human experience, but also the internet? Well, really, it's just the ability to communicate. And that's exactly what Convo enables for any platform, any website, in a completely decentralized and interoperable manner. Convo offers all the tooling and infrastructure a platform could need to build and integrate an interoperable social layer that allows you to compose, interact, converse with anybody online on whatever application you're on, to whatever application the other user is on. Really, if you were on Etherscan, I just want to leave a comment about a contract address saying, hey, this is a malicious contract. Don't send your funds to this. Convo can help pull up those same conversations in your Web3 wallet. So next time you're sending a transaction to that address, you can see the entire community talk about it and hopefully not send that transaction. Convo enables communication and interoperability, not just between people, but also platforms. So that wherever you are in the ecosystem, with Convo, you can just anchor a conversation to an NFT or to a governance proposal or to any element of the web and have it follow along. So that if you just want to leave a comment about an artist's NFT saying, hey, this is great work, really love your art, you can just leave that on OpenSea And wherever that NFT goes, whether if it's in your Web3 wallet or in a 3D marketplace metaverse like decentralized, well, you can bring about those same conversations, interact over there in a completely seamless manner, all powered by IPFS and Filecoin, making it all decentralized, making sure that we aren't dependent on any centralized service to actually host all of the data that we create and curate on top of Convo. But at the same time, Convo's entire developer tooling platform is available for anybody to be able to build right now, today, and just have better interoperable experiences throughout the web. But really, we would be shipping out more consumer-facing products so that people can actually utilize the actual ability of Convo and utilize it in a multitude of different ways. You can have all of those conversations and interactions seamlessly to whatever website you're on. Just like you don't have to reach out to your mouse every time you want to talk, you just talk. But we reach out to Discord or Twitter whenever we want to have a conversation about something. Well, Convo bridges that gap and layers that same UI of conversation so that you can talk about whatever you like, wherever you are in the ecosystem. And just because I'm on Telegram, you're on Discord, doesn't mean we can't have a conversation. Convo is the decentralized conversation layer of internet, making it a more possible and a more open internet. Thank you.
Hello, this is Manos from WeatherXM. WeatherXM is a community-powered weather station Web3 network. And as a team, we have been delivering industrial IoT solutions for many years now. And we always came across the same problem, which is not enough weather data. Weather data are produced by weather stations, and weather station networks are usually deployed by governments. And as you can tell, in many cases, in many countries, there's just not enough weather stations. So we decided to tackle this problem at the core by creating our own unique hardware. And today we have created a family of low-cost, easy-to-deploy autonomous weather stations that also act as the world's first blockchain-ready weather hardware. Our stations store weather data directly to IPFS and Filecoin and can act as a weather oracle. So we really can connect smart contracts to the physical world and specifically to weather information. So to get an idea how this works, people buy and deploy our weather stations and are rewarded with a new ERC20 utility token every day as they share their weather data. They also get a hyperlocal accurate forecast that is optimized specifically for their location. With this approach, we generate new weather data in areas that there was no previous weather stations, and so we had no accurate knowledge of weather. And we can use this approach on multiple of weather-sensitive industries, but we have decided to focus initially at agriculture. Farmers can really use a better weather forecast and a weather advisory service on their daily operations. But there is another reason why we think this infrastructure makes more sense to farmers is because farmers need insurance. Most of the smallholder farmers don't have access to insurance. And with what we're doing, we are essentially unlocking parametric weather crop insurance on-chain to take place in areas that there's no access to any other kind of insurance. IPFS and Filecoin offer us decentralized robustness and weather data immutability, which are prerequisites for insurance to happen on-chain. And so essentially, we're building a Web3 infrastructure that uses Filecoin, IPFS, unique hardware that is blockchain aware. And with our tokenomics, we dramatically reduce the cost of precision agriculture, weather advisory solutions, but also we enable cost-efficient parametric weather crop insurance. We're currently in beta. Most of our infrastructure is working. So if you visit our website, you can buy our special weather stations and weather miners, and you can join our beta, or you can find out more about our project in our Discord. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julien Noël, founder and CEO of CID Gravity. CID Gravity is building a second layer of trust between the Filecoin stakeholders to de-risking their data and increase the miner profitability. At a glance, CID Gravity allows storage providers to scale up their storage business and securely attract more clients, enable enterprise clients to store data to the network, and allow institutions to fight against illegal content. Over the last 2 months, CID Gravity analyzed 650,000 storage deals and helped miners to onboard 5 petabytes of power to the network. What you see on the graph is the trend before and after using CID Gravity. This is real data you can find on Firefox when you look at for the miner F010479. Our team is made of 3 today, myself, Julien, Florian, which is leading the software, and Benjamin, which is a talented developer we just hired. We are also looking for 2 additional positions, a head of marketing and a senior developer and architect. Today, we are Filecoin community leaders, Filecoin Plus notary, miner association representative, and we are developing also another solution called Farcaster that is a Filecoin real-time and analytic monitoring that is used by more than 400 miners today. CID Gravity is backed by Consensus and Protocol Labs, and we are working very closely with the 2 biggest brokers of the network, Textile and Estuary. Protocol Labs announced in July that Filecoin crossed the baseline, and we are now more incentivized to store data than just committing capacity. But enabling real-time real data storage is a hard decision for storage providers. It requires more human resources to manage the deal flow. It's less predictable, and it exposes the miners to local law and regulation when they store illegal content, like copyrighted documents or child pornography. On the other end, enterprise clients want to know their suppliers, as they must keep control over the data lifecycle and access. When you enter the CID Gravity experience as a storage provider, you can identify your clients, enable storage deal seamlessly, get a 10x on your storage capacity by automatically register, control, and receive deals from the largest broker of the network through our web UI. You can block untrusted clients that may expose your infrastructure to service disruption and lawsuits. As a client, you can build curated storage provider list, keep control of the miners you are working with, deal specific term and condition, and keep control over your data. All of this is done through a seamless interface in a way that has never been done before. Let's do a demo. So when you connect to CID Gravity, you just need your GitHub account. You get a dashboard with useful KPIs. And you can do is creating pricing. So when you do a pricing, there is a default pricing, which is attached to all the clients you don't know. Let's deep dive in a pricing model. A pricing model compared to the standard Lotus very limited pricing. Here you have something very granular. You can create pricing rules based on the type, the size, the duration of a deal, and attach a price. You can create as many rules as you like, reorder them, remove them very easily. And when a deal is coming in, it goes through all the rules. And when a rule is matching, we check the price. If the price is correct, the deal is accepted. If not, the deal is rejected, and the client is automatically informed of the correct price for the deal to go through. When you're done with creating your pricing model, you create your clients. A client is a set of addresses, pricing model, but also additional conditions that allow you to protect your miner, like by adding some specific deal rate to limit the number of deals the miner is receiving. And you can also block a miner very easy, a client very easily, just by checking a box. We also provide a maintenance mode, so you stop receiving deals from any clients. We have useful history with filters for your reporting. You can create some blacklist. And also we provide integration with Estuary and Textile when they are enabled, they are automatically synchronized and aware that you want to accept deals and what's the price of the deal you want to accept. And you start seeing like deal flowing to your miner. CID Gravity is built by and for the community. Today, we receive more than 30 feature requests by the community. The community is 140 members today, and we have more than 400 users on the platform. The feedback from the community is amazing today. We have all the community actually is really pushing for the product and really appreciate the way it's developed. So if you want to use CID Gravity, you can just go to the website and deploy it in just like 30 minutes. And if you have any question, you can just reach the community or reach me directly on Slack. Thank you.
Thanks a ton for that, Julien. And to all the other Tachyon Filecoin Accelerator participants who went through, that's Justin, who we heard from Mona, and Anudit from the Convo Space, and Manolis from WeatherXM. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Riding the Megacurrents, how digital storage is decentralized.
currents are gone. Talk about systems, who's the boss that gets with them. With it, and you feel me, you'll feel me with the big connect. Talk to me now if you're amped, if you're hamped, if you're ham on whole wheat for the knowledge that's zero. Nothing, nil, nada nor zilch. Residual RAM, this spat toxic waste. I'll trust your setup like I trusted your mama. Jokes. People do your best to take them, says Pickle Heart Liver Thief. I like to make them. I like my curves like my workout machines. Elliptical. My products use factors impractical. Might not be post-quantum, but whoever is getting them's glad that they got them. They call me Strong Bitter, but I ain't no Sith. My homie Digger, it fell off a cliff. And free fall inspection, cryptic calculation. Not a main, not a should, not a might, but a must. Homie Rick terminal philosophy. Give me snark, give me proof, give me bill. I expect consensus and nothing less. We'll work for tip sets. You try to grind, try to dodge my chain. Well then, fork you, let me explain. The coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a transubstantiation aviation rocket, a crypto economic packet. It's a virtuous virtual state machine, replicated and proven to be obscene in several geopolitical jurisdictions, Xing out engineers like historical fictions. We call it wartime and it ain't no joke. It's a mountain of thermal paste, billowing smoke. It's a problem hard and indiscreet. It's a logjam of bad ram and it's death robust. Picture a puzzle in, rewrite it and rest. I'm really worried, how worried I'm dead. I broke the proof, well that makes me sad. But I might have a plan to make it alright. I think you just asked me to stay up all night. Give me spark, give me proof, give me fill. I expect consensus and nothing less. We'll work for tip sets too. You try to grind, try to toss my chain. Well then, for you, let me explain. Well then, for you, let me explain. Coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the file is the coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a coin is the coin is the coin is the coin.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Ecosystem Track Booster here at Filecoin. Now, Orbit has been a great show. I, myself, who had a role to play in the programming, certainly have learned a lot just by being around so many smart people today. So that's been a lot of fun. But seeing as though we're on the ecosystem track, for the next two sessions, you're lucky enough to have Colin Everin, who is the ecosystem lead at Protocol Labs. And the first talk we're going to be going into here is called Riding the Megacurrents, How Digital Storage is Decentralizing. And what it's really about is, we've got 175 zettabytes, which is 175 trillion gigabytes. And the numbers, even to someone who looks at them all the time, don't make any sense. Hard to intellectualize. So what we're seeing is something called a megacurrent, right? Like even a company like Amazon can't just choose how to do business. And we're going to learn about that and the forces of decentralization that are shaping web infrastructure now and for the foreseeable future. So we're going to go quickly to a slide to show you what the next talk is all about. And then Colin will bring you in with Anoop Nenra, the global blockchain leader at Amazon Web Services. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome, everyone. Good to see everyone again, and I'm absolutely delighted to speak with Anoop here, who's had a very deep experience in networking and security over a long period of time. Anoop spent 6 years in the blockchain space, so he's been in it since 2014 and 2015 from a corporate perspective. So he's done quite a bit at Cisco, now at AWS, but also pioneered the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance back in the day as well. So welcome, Anoop. Delighted that you're here with us. Maybe you can spend just a few minutes discussing some of your experiences at Cisco, AWS, and how you think about the future of blockchain and decentralized protocols going forward.
Oh, well, thanks for that, Colin, and thanks for having us. Thanks for inviting us to the event. I'm really excited to, kind of always support the community and the ecosystem that is around this whole space. So a little bit about me. I'm the global segment leader for blockchain here at AWS, which is just a fancy way of saying that I'm kind of responsible for, setting the strategy. How do we execute, and then working with the broader ecosystem to make sure that we've got, partners and solutions and technology that we can bring to market together. Right. So it's very much, as we know in the blockchain space, an ecosystem play. And being able to do that in a holistic way is one of our goals. And really, if I look at my journey over the course of the last couple of years in the blockchain space, it's really been about, how do we help grow the total addressable market? I still believe firmly that we're in like the first inning, the first half of the first inning in this space, and there's a lot of innovation to come. And a lot of exciting times to come as well. And so, we look at the blockchain space as being driven by the ecosystem, right? And for us, it's really important to really put in place, mechanisms and guidance that allows others and folks like yourselves to work with us really simply and easily. So it's about partnership. It's about creating momentum, creating that drive in the industry, and basically creating an environment where there's growth opportunity for everyone. So partnering is a strategic decision that we've made in how we help grow the blockchain space. So that's just a little bit about me.
Fantastic. Given how long you've spent in the space, I'd love to start off by asking you, help our audience understand the trends in cloud storage, and maybe zoom out to like the next 5 or 10 years, how cloud storage is going to evolve and how decentralization might play a role in that.
Well, I mean, for us, for AWS, it all started, back in March of 2006 when we launched, S3 as our first service, right? The simple storage service, right? And so, we've seen significant evolution in the area of storage since then. Um, and we've seen a lot of underlying technology evolve, right? We went from spinning disk to solid state, right? And I think what we're going to see over the next few years is completely radically new storage architectures. Not just the storage mechanisms and the file systems themselves, but the underlying silicon design, the controller designs. I think these are all going to evolve, and as was said in the opening, with 175 zettabytes of data. I think with the blockchain space, we're going to see, kind of a Cambrian explosion on data and storage. And it's not just for the sake of, storing information. It's about, smart objects, smart data, and how do we kind of programatize and make available a much more dynamic data operating environment. And so, you have to have a storage thesis backing that. That's really important. And I think the notion of decentralized storage, while I do think it is early, I'll be honest, I think that is going to be a space that is going to be very exciting. We've got some really great protocols. IPFS is a great protocol. It's been around for a couple of years now. And I think what will drive kind of the next evolution in decentralized storage is going to be the user experience, right? So how do we replicate the kind of journey that we went through in late 2000s, 2010 up to 2015 around the user experience for very fast access, high throughput data storage architectures that results in almost zero latency when trying to stream video, right? As an example. And so I think we're not quite there yet. I think we're on that journey. And I think it's great time for folks to experiment with different designs, different architectures, different configurations of a mix of technologies to kind of hopefully optimize and identify, the right architectures to meet that kind of user experience.
Fantastic. It's so amazing to kind of zoom out at that level and see, a company like AWS really pioneer the cloud storage space, but also see well into the future where we're going to reach something like 200 zettabytes of storage and how that's going to evolve. Curious how, what impact do you think blockchain will have on kind of the full suite of like networking, compute, and storage infrastructure in the long run? And from your perspective personally, is there a world where like multiple blockchains and AWS could coexist?
Well, I would argue that that's the case today, right? We do know that there are a multitude of blockchain technologies, multiple blockchain protocols out there today. I would go so far as to say that there is so much opportunity that in fact none of these protocols are actually competing with one another just yet, right? Not in the truest sense, right? And so, what we see is a lot of different protocols that are born on AWS. They leverage our platform and our infrastructure, right, to get off the ground, establish themselves as one credible technologies with communities around it, and then scaling from there, right? And so, today we have dozens, maybe hundreds of different blockchain networks, different blockchain technologies running on our platform. And to me, that just simply sends the signal that the pace of innovation and the model of innovation that we adopt here at AWS and largely, Amazon is well suited to the kind of innovation that needs to happen and is happening in the blockchain space, right? And so again, I go back to our thesis, which is we're protocol and ledger agnostic. We frankly love them all. and we want them all to be successful, and we want for the markets to decide, you know, how this community will evolve and be shaped down the road. And you know, again, like I can't stress more enough, like we are thinking of this from an ecosystem perspective and working with partners across the board in a number of industries and a number of verticals to make sure that there's a portfolio of options that are available, right, for customers who are going to go down, you know, the blockchain journey. And it's not just enterprise focused. It's, you know, how do we help support, you know, those companies, organizations, institutions that choose to go down the public path as well? Because I think that's where, you know, that fundamentally is where the future is. It's a question of readiness in the minds of some stakeholders. Like, are they actually ready to adopt a public mindset? But I think that is where the future is.
That's fantastic. I mean, it kind of goes back to some of the core principles of Amazon that, you know, the customer voice comes first. And when you listen to that customer perspective and they're looking for different types of options, whether it be decentralized or different other protocols, you know, it's great that, you know, a company like Amazon or AWS really embraces all of those and takes the perspective that the markets should decide how some of that will play out and ultimately give those customers the choice there. So that's fantastic. You know, you've been involved in the Enterprise Alliance for many, many years now, back, you know, when Ethereum Enterprise Alliance kind of came into fruition. And so I'm curious, you know, what are some of the top enterprise requirements that you've seen back then, how they evolved to today, and what do different protocols kind of need to, you know, come to fruition to really meet some of those enterprise requirements?
Sure, and you know, I'll go back to my time at Cisco, where, you know, I really started my journey in this space, and you know, I was asking a pretty fundamental question, which was, you know, what would the future of blockchain look like? You know, independent of the various nuanced protocols that were emerging at the time, but what would the future of blockchain look like if the fabric of the internet itself was blockchain enabled, right? If you now have switching and routing and communications infrastructure that could be self-organized, optimized for delivery of, you know, blocks, optimized for the delivery of transaction data, hash data, right? What does that future look like? And that's when we started the journey of, you know, how would we as a company consume this technology? You know, let alone build the technology, how would we consume it? And that's when we started the journey of really digging into, you know, the business of the organization, multiple facets of the organization, and really understand what the needs are. And so, yeah, you're right. I mean, I helped start the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. That was a very interesting, you know, meeting and conversation, you know, in the hotel lobby in Shanghai at DevCon 2, you know, where a bunch of us, we gathered around Vitalik and said, Enterprise Ethereum might be a thing. Let's go take a look at it. And kind of driving that motivation was that observation of what could we do as Cisco as a consumer of the technology? How would we use it? And recognizing that the ecosystem that Cisco as a company supports and is a part of is very dynamic, right? There are folks coming into and out of it all the time, maybe almost on a daily basis. And so, how do we define blockchain architectures that can you know, persist with that kind of churn in the day-to-day business operating environment? And what do these organizations need in order to be able to meet the needs of Cisco and for Cisco to meet the needs of their customers? And confidentiality and privacy and security around all of that was tantamount. That was the number one thing that surfaced in every customer conversation, every partner conversation, and every vendor conversation. So how do we maintain confidentiality in an environment where, you know, there is a lot of data moving back and forth, right? And so, you know, we started looking at the idea of maybe data objects, data blobs need to be self-defending, right? So I'm a big believer in perimeterless operating environments. The idea that there are no more the classical four walls of an enterprise. or an organization, you have to be able to defend at every layer within your business. And so smart data objects, I mean, that becomes interesting. Well, could that be a token-like model, right? Could that be a NFT-like model, as we kind of call it today? But the idea that a data blob could be self-defending, and so, you know, the use case is, let's say if you're in a healthcare setting in a hospital, and you've got a patient record, right? And this was before kind of the conversation of zero knowledge proofs kind of surfaced, which was, we said, well, if you have a patient record that is its own self-contained data object, and an application is trying to access that data object, the data blob should be able to say, prove to me that you are an application that is authorized to be executing on this resource, and that you're authorized to actually access this information. And the only response that the application should be able to give back is, well, here's my address on the ledger. And the data blob can then go back and independently verify, yeah, that yes, the provisioning and the deployment and the efficacy of this application is sound, and therefore I can now, release information. So, it's kind of ideas like this that we were kind of experimenting with.
Fantastic. So you mentioned obviously confidentiality, privacy, security. As the data economy evolves, two of the other properties or similar properties that we're really investing in as a Filecoin network is around data immutability and data integrity. And we think that's might be the kind of crux of long-term data preservation. And so, we have some unique, tech to enable that, like content identifiers and hashing and things like that. I'm curious to see, how you see those two properties play into the future of the data economy and how you see that play out.
I think it's critical, because at the end of the day, a lot of the workflows that are going to exist, whether you're on the enterprise side of the blockchain equation or on the public side of the blockchain equation, is going to come down to efficacy, right? Is there efficacy in the data? And if there isn't, then how do you base a business decision on data that you don't really 100% trust, right? Or you don't really have the provenance of that data, or the provenance of the infrastructure that's supporting that data, right? So I look at these as kind of a very intricate web of proofs, if you will, right, that all lead to the efficacy of data. And of course, that is dependent on data integrity and data immutability.
Awesome. Zooming out, what do you think are going to be some of the more immediate use cases and verticals where you see early adoption of Web3 tech? You've seen a lot, I'm sure, so far. Curious what you think the next few years look like.
So I'm a big proponent of IoT, and I truly believe that blockchain technology as a sector is a major enabler of IoT. And so, I think what's going to be really interesting is that as we look at the oil and gas and the renewable space, just the whole energy sector is kind of poised for transformation. And the amount of data that exists in that industry is, astounding, right? But a lot of the operational data that could be used for provenance, could be used for building efficacy, is thrown away, right? Or is not accessible. Or there's an air gap because the protocol within not just the first mile, but the first few inches, is designed in such a way that it needs to be intrinsically safe, right? So, there are architectural decisions that need to be made over the next few years. And again, storage is going to be such a critical component of that equation, because if you can't prove the efficacy in how your carbon footprint strategy is going, then when you make a carbon footprint disclosure and you lack the genealogy and provenance information underneath it, well, did you really meet your target, right? And if you didn't really meet your target, does that now prevent you from getting access to additional working capital, right, from an investment perspective? So, these things are going to be dovetailed into one another over the next few years. I still think we're still trying to figure out, the foundational infrastructure, if you will. But I think the race is coming, where if you can actually prove, without a shadow of doubt, and unassailable, unassailable efficacy around data, you're going to be in a very good spot.
Totally. I mean, that's one thing we really share in terms of perspective is that 95% of the world's data today does not get stored. And, some of that pie maybe doesn't deserve to be stored, but some of it, like the use cases that you just described, we just don't have the means or kind of the cost effectiveness or kind of the tech to store it in the right ways. And so that's kind of like the big prize, I think, that, most folks in the storage world are looking after.
And I would argue that these architectures have to scale up and scale down just as efficiently, right?
100%. Fantastic. Well, I'll give you the last word, Anoop. I know you're looking for partners in the space. We only have a few seconds left, but go ahead.
Yeah, we are, like I said, we're taking a a technology and protocol agnostic approach. We want partners. We want to grow the ecosystem. We want to help the ecosystem grow itself. And so that's our job number one.
Great. Thank you so much, Anoop. Really appreciate you being here. And I'll pass it back to Nolan here.
Hey, Colin, thanks a ton. Don't go too far. Colin's going to be right back in a few moments with a great presentation, which I think will really put the bow on the package here that we've hopefully given you as a great present today, which is learning a lot more about the ecosystem around Filecoin. And what Colin's going to come back with in just a few minutes is catalyzing the next 1,000 startups in the Filecoin ecosystem. Thanks for your patience. See you soon.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Filecoin Orbit. My name is Colin, but as many of you know, my friends call me Protocolin, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the future of how to catalyze the next 1,000 startups in our ecosystems in the next year. So let's get started. A quick review of the last 12 months. I mean, what the community has built within Filecoin has been remarkable. We built one of the largest data storage networks on the planet, estimated roughly to be the size of Google Cloud in about 2018. We built the least expensive large-scale storage network in the world. We built the fastest upgrading blockchain that's more than 10xing the available chain bandwidth within 8 months of launch, just an incredible kind of evolving mechanism. We built an environment where builders can thrive with over 10,000 developers engaged in hackathons, 250 applications live today, and 500 new teams entering the ecosystem. We built the storage network of Web3 with over 7 million NFTs stored on Filecoin, integrations with 75% of the largest smart contract blockchains. And we built over 25 categories of use cases on Filecoin, from NFTs to video and audio to the metaverse to biotech, et cetera. Of course, Filecoin has become the storage network of Web3. It's supported by IPFS, which is the content and data platform of Web3. And libp2p, which is the networking library of Web3. And thankfully, we just have a tremendously thriving ecosystem to choose from here. libp2p has been thriving, supporting some of the major blockchains in the space as the underlying messaging protocol. IPFS has been thriving since really 2013, and so that ecosystem is enormous. And Filecoin has a whole tremendous array of applications building on it today, startups are thriving, collaborators are partnering, developer tooling providers are improving. And so it's just a tremendous starting point that we're starting from here. And just a kind of a quick snapshot of builder momentum, 250 applications building on Filecoin, 500 new teams entering the ecosystem, 10,000 developers engaged in hackathons just this year alone. And we have over 8,000 contributors across 4 implementations that have made meaningful contributions on GitHub. So stepping back, celebrating what we've done in the last year here, how as a community can we catalyze the next 1,000 startups in the ecosystem for the next year? And so I tend to use this framework on how to think about it. Up top, we have ecosystem multipliers. These are new use cases, bridges to other Web3 ecosystems, or bridges to Web2 users that really inspire a whole bunch of developers and builders to chase a bunch of opportunities within a specific vertical. In the middle here, we have this builders funnel where developers can enter through hackathons, education, resources, and support. Projects can thrive with accelerators, grants, and mentorship, and really take those hacks into projects. And then we can take those projects into real businesses through ecosystem funding and growth support. And so that funnel is what we'll focus on here today. And then at the bottom here is what I'm starting to call startup support. And so these are tools and resources that help startups focus on what they do best, that's build. And so we'll tease a few of the things that we're thinking about launching in the next few months today. So I'll walk through each of these individually. On ecosystem multipliers, we've had a lot of success over the last year. Filecoin is connected to some of the major Web3 blockchains, with most of the remaining ones planned for Q4. And these aren't just technical integrations. These are paired with joint grant programs, joint hackathons, really create a fertile breeding ground where new developers and builders can come to fruition, experiment with ideas, get funding, and thrive across these different blockchains. Filecoin and Ethereum, this has been a year in the making. It started with our deep partnership with Consensus. That's kind of flowing into integrations with MetaMask, Ethereum, the Codified DeFi Bridge, and many others. But more recently, we've integrated with Dapper Labs, which has chosen Filecoin as the de facto storage collaborator for the Flow ecosystem. Polygon, Hedera Hashgraph, Near. These have all been really fruitful collaborations that will only increase over time. Another ecosystem multiplier has been NFTs. NFTs have exploded this year, but IPFS and Filecoin were really uniquely poised to be some of the underlying tech for those NFTs to live on. And so over 7 million NFTs are stored on Filecoin just in the last 6 months. And this developer tool called NFT.storage has made it really easy for any marketplace, any exchange, any NFT creator to use IPFS for content addressing and Filecoin for long-term storage. Browsers has been another major ecosystem multiplier between Opera and Brave, which have both embedded IPFS nodes natively within those browsers. That gives access to 250 million combined monthly active users, which is absolutely phenomenal. And due to the great work of our ecosystem partners, Igalia is actually landing patches in Chromium to enable non-HTTP protocol development, which is obviously a huge, incredible progress to the browser strategy. Video and audio integrations have been absolutely thriving. Videocoin and LivePeer have been 2 blockchains that have integrated with Filecoin to enable video transcoding. But other platforms like Audius, Huddle, Inflow Music, and Currents.fm are building incredible platforms on both the video and audio use cases. And since video and audio comprise, I think, something like 60% of the internet today, these are really important ecosystem multipliers to pay attention to. Web2 data sets are starting to thrive on Filecoin. These are just 4 examples of really inspirational data sets that are starting to store petabytes of information. And we have started to upgrade developer tooling both with a number of ecosystem partners. And so Web3.storage is a really easy way for a hackathon developer to use Filecoin without having to really run, an implementation under the hood. Estuary has been just storing petabytes, or hundreds of terabytes of data, and we'll get into the petabytes pretty soon, extremely easily. And so this is a really easy way for developers to integrate with that. And Andrew Hill did an awesome presentation from Textile on storage auctions using their platform, which is, I think, stored about 160 terabytes just in the last few months. But looking forward, we need to kind of continue to press on the gas on ecosystem multipliers. And so I'll throw a few ideas that we're focused on in this presentation here today. We think gaming is going to be a huge vertical in the next year. And so we'll be really looking for new blockchain games to use IPFS and Filecoin to turbocharge their development. Virtual worlds is another major one, and VR asset distribution and the metaverse together, that entire package, I think, has tremendous potential. There's some really unique properties that peer-to-peer tech can enable here, and the amount of data that comes from some of these platforms is absolutely enormous. And so we're really excited to partner with different players here. Mona is one that presented today at Orbit, which is making a big play in the metaverse. And so we're looking to continue those kinds of ecosystem multipliers in the future. Filecoin Green, I would argue, is a major ecosystem multiplier. If Filecoin can become not only a carbon neutral, but potentially a carbon negative blockchain, this is going to be something that major countries and major players around the world are going to pay attention to and invest heavily in. And so this is a really key thing, not only just for helping the environment, but for helping the adoption of Filecoin globally. And finally, we touched on this in the last talk. Today, for example, we generate about 58 zettabytes of information every year, and that's growing by about 3x to 175 zettabytes in 2024. But that's not the key stat I want to focus on. It's the amount of total data that's stored today. That's trending at about 5%. And there are tons and tons of use cases where data, really valuable data, is just being thrown away. It's not actively being stored. Anoop just mentioned a few of those in the oil and gas industry, where tons of data is coming out from on-site that's just being thrown away because there's no real mechanism to take that data from something that's on-prem and store it in a way that's preserved for the future. That's a major, major ecosystem multiplier that we'll be focused on going forward. That's a quick snapshot of ecosystem multipliers, which is kind of the foundational way to open up whole new possibilities for the Filecoin ecosystem. In the middle here are developers, projects, and businesses. And so I'll talk through a little bit about that right now. There are over 8,000 contributors to the Filecoin project on GitHub, and already we're the number 4 most actively developed blockchain protocol in Web3. So developers clearly have found a home within the Filecoin and IPFS ecosystems here. But what we need to do to accelerate this is to help developers learn using developer resources, build using things like hackathons, launch their projects using things like accelerators, and grow them using ecosystem capital and growth support. So this is a never-ending funnel that we want to continue to invest in, make really seamless for developers, where any developer that's interested in Web3 can join our ecosystems, learn, build, launch, and grow their ideas. And so it's going to be another great year for developers. There's lots of opportunities to hack on any given month, to join grants programs and accelerators, to turn those hacks into major projects, and then tap a network of ecosystem growth support to turn those projects into businesses in the future. On hackathons specifically, our goal in the next year is to engage 100,000 developers through hackathons. That is a tremendous feat. 100,000 developers is a absolutely stretch goal that we want to shoot for. But just this year, we went from having 1 hackathon a quarter to engaging 10,000 developers over the course of this year so far, and now kicking off 5 hackathons a month, each typically exposing between 500 and 1,000 developers to IPFS and Filecoin. That is a remarkable feat and a remarkable trajectory, and it can't be done without the support of our hackathon partners within all over the community and all over the world. And so we're excited to double down on that and reach a 10x number of developers in the future. Some select highlights from these hackathons. HackFS was one of our first hackathons that we did for the Filecoin community around the mainnet launch a year ago. We've done a number of new hackathons with HackFS. The latest one, I think, had 655 hackers, 140 project submissions, which is fantastic. Our Asian Hackathon series was actually 4 separate events all around Asia. We collaborated with Alibaba, Flow, Polygon, and a number of other ecosystem players. And ENCODE launched Filecoin Club, which was actually the most engaged program ENCODE has ever run. ENCODE is one of the most famous hackathon and accelerator partners for universities to get students engaged in different technologies. And so that was a very high potential program for them. If you want to learn more about hackathon specifically, Lucas did an amazing presentation at Orbit, so check it out on YouTube. On grants, we want to ramp to about 3,000 developer grants per year, which is another stretch goal. We do about 150 or so a quarter today, and most of those are joint grants programs with other blockchains or other partners to incentivize specific types of use cases. And so this will be another major step in that trajectory. Grants range from micro grants. This is for a developer that's exiting a hackathon who just wants to flesh out an idea for a month and see where it goes, to open grants, which can be a little bit larger to chase a specific idea or project, to requests for proposals. These are specific things the network would love to see and upgrade. And so, you can chase those proposals as well. And accelerators. We'd love to ramp to 500 new teams graduating from accelerators per year within the Filecoin and IPFS ecosystems. We've had some tremendous success with some of our existing partners. Filecoin Launchpad, powered by Tachyon, Filecoin Basecamp, powered by Outlier Ventures, Filecoin Techstars, which is launching soon, and Filecoin Frontier, which is powered by Longcash Ventures in Singapore. I'll put a quick plug for a few of them that are coming up. Techstars is marketing the application window right now. So if you have an idea, you want to apply to an accelerator to turbocharge that idea, this is a great one. The application window is open till December 1st, so check out their website to apply. And Tachyon is launching the 3rd Filecoin Launchpad cohort. They've had tremendous success of startups really just reaching escape velocity out of this particular accelerator. So applications are currently open for Tachyon 6 or the 3rd version of Filecoin Launchpad. And then we have an ecosystem capital goal. We have tons of external investors. These are separate third-party funds that have raised a bunch of money specifically to invest in the application layer on top of Filecoin and IPFS. And we want to continue to double down on that to get to 200 million of external capital and external funds investing in our ecosystems. Great, so that's kind of the middle part of the curve here. Developers, entering the ecosystem, turning their hacks into projects, and then those projects into real businesses going forward. Below here, I'll tease a few ideas on startup support. It starts with the storage providers themselves. These are extremely involved partners in the Filecoin ecosystem. But beyond, securing the blockchain and of course storing really valuable data, these storage providers have been funding ecosystem projects. They've been launching their own applications. They've been participating in Filecoin Plus. They've been finding and storing new data sets and expanding their operations globally. They've been a very strong communications and presence in the community, and we need these storage providers to continue doing that and double down on that effort if we want to reach our goal of catalyzing the next 1,000 startups in the ecosystem. Second, this is a bit of a teaser, but over the next few months, we'll be exploring an idea called Bootcamp, where new developers, experienced developers that are entering the Web3 space can go through a series of a 6-week series of instructional primitives around IPFS, Filecoin, and the Web3 ecosystems. And then at the end of this, they can be matched with a whole variety of different startups in the ecosystem as new team members to those things. So I think talent is probably the most scarce asset in the ecosystem today. And so this is just one idea to kind of get a whole new funnel of talent into our ecosystem and have all of these startups that are looking to thrive and expand their teams, give them some options with really qualified folks to do so. We're starting to build an internal directory that can really document a lot of the major individuals and teams in the ecosystem in their respective areas of expertise. So if you're looking for potentially, a black belt in DeFi on top of Filecoin, or someone who's really experienced with libp2p at the protocol level, you can search some of those really core areas of expertise and find someone that you can ask questions to. We're thinking about a service provider marketplace. So this would be a whole bunch of service providers. Think of legal, finance, IT, design, and other types of support. We all kind of need the same things as startups in the ecosystem. So we'll try and build a database of these with the top rated ones that our ecosystem can access. And additionally, we'll be doing lots of guides to Web3, social events, ways where folks connect with each other, things like Filecoin Orbit, in the future as well, and much, much more. So think of this as a bit of a teaser of some services that we'll be offering to the ecosystem, and specifically the startups in the ecosystem that are building on top of Filecoin. So that's kind of a framework and approach on how to catalyze the next wave of startups in our ecosystems. And I'll leave with a parting thought here, which is that perhaps the most important thing to attract builders to a vibrant Filecoin community is yourselves. Our collective vision for Web3 will only come to fruition if there are outstanding developers and entrepreneurs, just like the folks that we talked about today, only if they're incredibly successful. And so it's really our duty as engaged community members to help them succeed. Filecoin Orbit's just an amazing example of this. Over the last 4 days alone, we've had 35 events, over 12 countries, 5 continents, 20,000 attendees and counting. All these attendees brought a whole bunch of energy, enthusiasm, ideas, and technical input onto how to build on Filecoin. And so this is an extremely powerful example of how we can attract the next wave of builders to our ecosystems. So, and here are just some highlights from some of those community events, everything from recruiting workshops to technical workshops to, inspiring the next wave of big ideas like Green Filecoin. And so I'll emphasize that the success of Filecoin and Web3 really depends on the success of our developers and entrepreneurs. And so if you are an active community member in our ecosystem, I have a few requests. Please bring your energy. Bring your energy to builders events like hackathons, meetups, demo days. Show the builders in our ecosystem that you're super enthused about what they're doing and that you're here to support them. Provide your product input. If you're testing out Mona as a 3D art space or testing out Slate as a collaborative tool on top of Filecoin, sign up, use those products built on top of Filecoin and provide feedback to those developers so they can continuously improve their applications. 3, help our builders grow. Spread the word about some of these startups. They're super, super cool. You all have amazing distribution channels within your local communities. So help those startups grow by spreading the word. 4, refer developers, products, business candidates. We all have really wide networks of folks trying to enter Web3. The application layer is a great way to do so. And of course, anything else that you have to help these teams succeed. So it's our responsibility as community members to really, really help these builders grow their projects. And finally, if you are a builder, please get in touch. We are absolutely just getting started in this ecosystem, and we are here to support you to build out your hopes and dreams of the types of applications and change you want to make in the world. Thank you very much. That was my talk on catalyzing the next 1,000 startups in the ecosystem, and I'll punt it back to Noah.
That was incredible, Colin, and the amount of progress that has been made despite the world conditions being as they are, and let's say the inability for most folks to even get together, that all of this has been done with one hand tied behind your back in a way. And I wonder, just a quick follow-up, I saw a lot of those multipliers and the real scale of these hackathons, the hundreds that you're talking about, and already seeing it come up there. Do you think this desire to be together again might really be secret sauce and the actual rocket fuel you needed? Because it looks like there's a lot of pent up demand, and I have a feeling that, like a lot of protocols, Filecoin didn't get what a lot of other ones enjoyed. The meetup culture really, really boosted everything. Filecoin existed at a time, when that was still going on. But of course, now that the rubber is meeting the road, those physical things are being studied. So just give me a quick insight in your enthusiasm for physical events.
I just absolutely can't wait. I think back to historic events like DevCon 2 in Shanghai, some
That's
of the
what made me think
major,
of it. Yeah.
yeah, totally.
You guys
And
mentioned
some
it
of the,
earlier with Anoop. Yeah.
totally. And some of the major teams in the Ethereum ecosystem were formed by people meeting at that specific event in an intimate setting all around one topic. And so you're absolutely right. Like the Filecoin community has seen bits and pieces around the world in a COVID safe environment over the last year, but it hasn't been the scale and kind of like the consistency of in-person events that we would hope. And so I'm just so super excited to meet all the amazing entrepreneurs and developers that have been so engaged in our ecosystem in person, and then, you know, help folks kind of team up on the next major ideas over the next year. It's just going to be incredible. So I think you're absolutely right. I'm so glad you brought up that point.
Yeah, great. And we're going to have this whole presentation available shortly for folks to look back on, because there's absolutely too much information in there, but it looks like there's a million ways to get involved. So we'll be sure on our channels to let you know when this specific presentation is available so you can look at it again. Now we're going to get to our last session. So just a quick break, and that's it for the day. I'm sorry, folks. You'll have to wait for the next big event. A lot of events coming up, so that's the good news. But we're going to be exploring some new proving systems to end the day on a bit of futurism and a bit of things that are coming down the pipeline and a bit of the composability that the platform's going to offer up. So we've got Jake here, who's going to talk a bit about Filecoin's cryptographic proofs and what's in store. So I'll let him introduce it. After the break, you'll see his slide come up and give you a bit more about it, and he'll come on and let you.
Hello, my name is Jake. I am a software developer, software engineer at Filecoin. I work on primarily on the cryptographic proofs and like the Filecoin proofs that you may know about. But today I'm going to be talking about what cryptographic proofs are, how they're used in Filecoin, some of the scaling limitations we've come across with the current proofs, and potential solutions, and namely the Halo 2 proving system, which is currently being developed by the Electronic Coin, or like ECC, and in collaboration with us and the Ethereum Foundation, meant to try to get it to a production-ready state where it can be deployed on like Filecoin and maybe with Ethereum and Zcash. And what are cryptographic proofs? They are not what you would typically consider to be like a traditional mathematical proof. Like for example, like there will be a proof statement, a thing that you're proving, and then you'll follow like a logical sequence of lines that like have to be logically consistent with each other until you get to a proof of the statement. And that's not exactly what a cryptographic proof is. But what these traditional proofs are, they're secure, like because they're logically consistent. There's no randomization in it, like meaning they're deterministic. They're non-interactive, so they're just like static proofs that you just read, anyone can read. They involve no interaction, and you just follow line by line. But sometimes those can be cognitively complex. There could be like a lot of logic in each statement, basically. And they're not super efficient, and they're more written linguistically for humans and not computers. That's not what a cryptographic proof is. A cryptographic proof or a cryptographic proof system, or just a proof system that I'll call, there are protocols that will allow computation to be outsourced to someone else. So if there's like some computation, just like some function with inputs and outputs, a verifying party can say, okay, we want some proving party to run the function on this set of chosen inputs. And then the prover has to prove that they ran the computation correctly, and they give you an output. And these cryptographic protocols, they allow for provable computation. And a very interesting thing about these cryptographic proof systems is that you can verify proofs from them faster than actually doing the computation yourself. Partly why that is that they're probabilistic, meaning that the verifier has access to some randomness, which they can exploit for fast verification. But that also introduces a small probability, a very small probability that false proofs will pass verification. This is one of the main differences with like a traditional mathematical proof is traditional mathematical proofs, they're static, they're deterministic, meaning that like if you follow line by line, you will always get to whether the proof is true or false. Cryptographic proofs, they're probabilistic, so there is a small chance that verification doesn't, or that false proofs verify. Partly how this is done is that like all of the logical consistencies or logical lines that would be in a mathematical proof, they're just all compressed into like a single arithmetic or algebraic statement, or just like function or equality sometimes, or polynomial or something. And then the verifier checks or like asserts that some condition on that algebraic statement is true, generally using some source of randomness. And like an equality will hold with some probability if the statement is true. Another part of what makes cryptographic proofs a little bit different than traditional proofs is that they're written for satisfaction problems rather than evaluation problems. By evaluation problem, I would mean given some inputs, follow these exact steps to compute the output, where you're actually evaluating the function line by line. A satisfaction problem is more along the lines of given some function and given some inputs, I, the prover, who's proving like some computation, know some set of values that I could only know if I performed the computation correctly. That set of values they're private to the prover and they're called the witness. So for like example, if you have some value A, maybe some input A, and you want to prove that you know like its multiplicative inverse, like the prover would like witness some value W and show that A times W is equal to 1, instead of actually going through all the arithmetic steps to compute the inverse of an integer, which would be an evaluation problem. And you get the benefit that a lot of arithmetic computations are easier to verify than to actually compute themselves. So for example, like verifying a multiplicative inverse takes one multiplication because you take some value A, some value B, you check if they multiply together to get 1. That's a lot easier than actually computing a multiplicative inverse of an integer. And they have a property, or satisfiability problem, or evaluation problems can always be transformed into like a corresponding satisfiability problem. So these cryptographic proofs, they're not actually like evaluating things like line by line as you maybe would see in like a computer program or something. They're these satisfiability problems where you show you know all the values to make the computation true. So kind of this is a high level diagram, proofs for general computation. Cryptographic proofs, they can be computation specific or they can be for general computations, which generally is any arithmetic computation, but there can be more operations. And generally how they work out, and maybe it's not for every proof system as clearly delineated as this diagram, but you start with some general computation, like whatever that could be, like computing a hash function or inverting an integer or whatever arithmetic program you want, like saying that like maybe I know the roots of some polynomial. You start with some general computation, F, and then you transform it into an intermediary representation, which is interpretable by the proof system. And usually a proof system will say like, okay, we're going to work in like this sort of hardware model, because it's not like a computer already has its hardware model, but like the proof system, in order to interpret computation, it has to have like its own model of how hardware works. And usually that's like a set of instructions. For many like arithmetic computations, the hardware model is you have addition and multiplication are your arithmetic operations. Then you have like your integer type, and those can be basically fed into each other, inputs and outputs to instructions, and that would be kind of like the hardware model. And then once you've kind of modeled your computation using like this hardware, like integers and addition and multiplication or whatever else, you want to write your computation as a satisfiability problem, which is like, okay, to do this computation, someone doing it correctly would have to know some subset of values throughout the computation as it runs. That would kind of be like if a program's running, maybe the person who runs it correctly would always know like what certain registers in your processor would hold, what certain values in the processor would be. It'd kind of be like that. And then once you have a satisfiability problem and it's using like operations and integers or whatever type of numbers the proof system wants you to use, then you convert it into some sort of algebraic statement or algebraic form. Here, for example, I have like a matrix times a vector, then a product of that with a matrix times a vector, and then you assert that that's equal to some other matrix times a vector, W. That would be like one sort of algebraic form that you can put these in, like matrix vector multiplication, and then you assert some equality. Sometimes it has to do with polynomials. But there's some algebraic form that these proof systems that a certain proof system will operate on. And then the proof system itself, it defines like how do you use this algebraic form to like prove and verify proofs. And then also cryptography is used to enforce that the prover has actually behaved and done the protocol correctly. In reality, the proof system kind of sets some of these things. Sometimes it doesn't. It's not just as clear cut as the proof system gives you a prove and verify function. Like sometimes it may say exactly what kind of satisfiability problems are allowed, what the hardware model is. And usually it sets like what the algebraic statements are that it ultimately will work on. There are many different types of cryptographic proof systems. And one of the most common are called SNARKs. And that stands for succinct, non-interactive arguments of knowledge. Succinct means you have fast verification. Non-interactive means that the prover and verifier don't have to interact. The prover just can send the verifier a single message, the proof, or just publish it publicly, and anyone can verify it, or the verifier can verify it. Arguments of knowledge. Well, argument means that the proof system or the proof itself is secure against a cheating prover, unless when the prover is computationally bounded. Like in modern cryptography, most cryptographic techniques are secure when you assume like there's some bound on the prover's or the cheater's computational ability or resources. An argument means the same thing. It's a proof system that's sound unless the prover has some like extraordinary, basically impossible computational power or resources. Then of knowledge means you're proving a satisfiability problem. It means that the prover knows some secret values or some values that they could only know if they ran the computation correctly. So these SNARKs, these cryptographic proofs, they can enable decentralized storage, which is what Filecoin is. Filecoin is a decentralized verifiable storage network, meaning like anyone can join to be a storage provider. And they offer a service of storage, and they have to prove that they have the resources to offer the service, and they have to prove that they're storing people's files, and they have to prove that they've like maintained people's files. And there's also a public ledger, which basically keeps the state of the network. It says like what storage providers are currently providing, what storage to what clients, and how much resources that they have available. What's nice about SNARKs and why they can be used in Filecoin is that SNARKs have small proofs and efficient verification, non-interactive proofs, meaning like the verifier and prover don't have to communicate, which is really useful in a like public ledger type system. And the verifier and prover, they don't have much additional overhead because of these proof systems. Like the prover still has to do like the computation that they're proving, but the proof system doesn't add much onto that. And fast verification, yeah, it just helps for people who are verifying the proofs that are generated by storage providers. This meme, it shows Drake on the left-hand side saying, in a decentralized system, I don't want people like living in the data center basement, maintaining like a state of the network. Like we don't necessarily want, we want maybe to automate these processes. If you have like storage providers constantly coming on and offline, it would be kind of a pain to have like someone living in the basement of everyone's data center, like ensuring that there's like a certain amount of storage available, and it would just be hard to do that in human space. But you can use snarks to automate a lot of that process, and that's a lot of what Filecoin has done, figuring out how to use snarks to automate these processes. So Drake is saying, yes, snarks, no, some guy living in the basement of your data center, monitoring your resources. But there are many snark systems. There's, I mean, really over the past decade, there has been what many people call an explosion of snarks improving systems. Like some of the most common ones are like Pinocchio was like an original that really laid the groundwork for a lot of these. Grot16 is a very popular one today because it has succinctness and fast verification and low prover overhead. There's just a lot, and they keep more and more developed every single day. But some of the properties that you might, at least that Filecoin looked at, and that you would look at if you were trying to choose one of these proving systems is like proof size, verification time, which usually are highly correlated. Does the proof system require a lot of resources from the prover on top of the computation that they're proving? What sort of like mathematical operations does the proof system require in proving and verifying? Because some mathematical operations are really expensive. So even if there's like a small number of these operations, they could still be really, really expensive. And that would be like something like FFTs, which would like multiply polynomials, or you just basically use for multiplication. But also certain like elliptic curve operations are really expensive. So you basically have to weigh out the cost of like the types of operations you're doing and the numbers of them would factor into your overheads on the prover and verifier side. But also you could look at potential optimizations for those operations, which is something that Filecoin engineers have done a lot of. Like how do you optimize these proof systems beyond like in practice? Many cryptographic proof systems, and Snark specifically, they have some setup procedure. Sometimes the setups are specific to the computation being proven. Sometimes there's one setup for all computations that will be proved. Sometimes you can have just like, you can keep updating the setup as you go, like maybe to ensure security or to add on to it. Or then there are transparent snarks, which are relatively new, but they don't require the setup procedure. In certain ways, they may be less efficient than current snarks, but yeah, I'll get to that in a little bit, but they are very interesting and they don't require this like big costly setup procedure, which is usually called trusted setup. Yeah, and it allows you more flexibility in what kind of things you're gonna be proving, because maybe you don't have to do a setup for every single like proof that you're doing. And sometimes if you're doing like a computation specific proof, or like you have your proof system is computation specific, or you may be limited by the size of computations that you're allowed to prove, because like if you have run a trusted setup for whatever, like proofs with like 100 multiplications, and then you come and say, I want to actually prove something with like 200 multiplications, well, you can't do it. You have to do another one of these very costly setup procedures. So that's where transparent snark systems would be really helpful. Then when you're choosing a snark or cryptographic proof system, you want to think about its hardware model, or how it internally, or how you represent just a general computation using like the operations that the proof system like allows you. So for example, like I guess if you have a computation that's using like maybe bits, like if you were doing like a SHA hash or something, and you want to prove something about that, but your proof system, it uses like integers and doesn't have like bitwise operations or binary operations or Boolean logic. Well, the transition from bits to integers and like arithmetic operations in the proof system's hardware model, you may get a big blow up, and it may not be the right snark or proof system for you. Also, you might want to consider what is the aggregatability. I'll talk more about this later with proof systems, but it basically allows you to batch together proofs. Maybe you can prove multiple proofs in a single one, or in a single proof, or maybe you can verify in batches. And then I guess existing developer tooling is also really important around the snarks. Like there's only a handful of these that have actually been done in practice and have like support from like communities or companies. And they're pretty complicated. So having like a community with like programming language support and like libraries that are usable is also a big factor in like choosing a snark, because it's a lot of work to try to create a library that does all of the things necessary from scratch. And Filecoin chose to use the Grot16 proving system, which is one of the most popular snarks right now. And it's popular because it has small proofs, which means very fast verification, and low prover overhead, and yeah, there's a lot of developer tooling, a lot of people use it. I think I'm running low on time, but the way Filecoin proofs is, it's a decentralized storage network. Is basically you have a client that says, I need file storage. A prover or storage data center person says, I'll store your file, and then they have to prove that the prover has to prove that they're storing the file. Then the client says, like, it needs some proof that that the file has been maintained in the data center. Those are called POREP, proof that like a file has been stored, and proof of space-time, proof that the file has been stored over time. Filecoin's been producing many proofs. I'm not going to go through all these metrics, but we create a lot of proofs is essentially the big takeaway. The limitations of the current snark system in Filecoin is that there are a large number of proofs, and that creates a bottleneck because every proof has to be validated before it's included in the public ledger. And that's a bottleneck on the network and like growth and onboarding storage because it takes a little bit of time to verify these. And if you're creating a ton of proofs, then it may take too long. Like it will slow how fast things can be included in the public ledger. Also, you have these per statement trusted setups with Grot16, and that limits you to what computations you can do and the size of computations. So the solution that I am most familiar with, that we've been working with, and we've been working with the Ethereum Foundation and ECC Zcash developers, is the Halo 2 proof system. We have many solutions to like some of these snark scaling issues, but Halo 2 is the one that I've really been looking at, and it's a new proof system, not Grot16, but it has a transparent setup, which means that you don't have a trusted setup or setup, so you can prove any statement that you want. You can prove like anything you want. You're not restricted to like one or two things that you're proving without a trusted setup. And you get what's called proof recursion, and this is going to factor really highly into the potential scaling solutions in the future, at least for snarks. And it means that you can create proofs that verify other proofs that have been proven. So if so you could create one proof that maybe verifies like 1,000 other proofs and then just post that to the public ledger. And essentially it kind of makes a tree structure to my understanding of this so far. Zcash is currently like implementing this and getting it down, but there are papers and stuff about it. Halo 2 also has weaker security assumptions, meaning it doesn't assume as much as like our current proving systems, like Grot16. Like it has, it assumes less about the environment. Usually that means there's more security, or they're a little bit more realistic maybe if you have weaker security assumptions. And you get some new arithmetic operations you can do like within the hardware model of the proof system. Like namely, you can have like lookup tables. Like you can basically do like dictionary lookups or like hash map lookups, which is pretty cool. And that's not something that I know of in other snarks. And you have other arithmetic operations like you can define like your own arithmetic operations for computing specific polynomials, which is interesting. But yeah, the main thing that we're really interested in is this proof recursion, where you can offload storage of like maybe thousands, maybe unlimited number of proofs into a single proof, We have proofs that verify other proofs. And this is currently in development. And yeah, working with ECC and the Ethereum Foundation on it. Yeah, Zcash has done a lot of work. They have papers on it. They are leading the development of the libraries in Rust. But everyone is really excited to get it fully developed and production ready and deployed possibly in various public ledger type systems. Yeah, I think how much time do I have left? Time's up. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's it for me.
Thanks a ton, Jake. It was pretty neat to learn about. The first thing I really liked was the difference between satisfaction and what was the opposite you had said? I had never taken that perspective, and I find it really helpful to separate because I'm always saying computer science and word processing and programming and trying to break it down, but yours was better. What was it again?
Evaluation problem. Like an evaluation problem is like you're literally computing it like pen and paper, like A plus B is equal to C versus a satisfaction is like, I know how to do a computation. I'm going to prove to you I know how to do it without actually doing it.
And then that sort of truth new piece of the snarks without the trusted setup is really promising. So, I can see from, I'm not an expert, obviously, but I have enough of a background. I've read, enough books on cryptography since we started down the rabbit hole to know that this is a big deal if it works. So glad that someone's working on it.
All right, cool. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, I'm excited about it.
All right, everyone. That's it for our ecosystem stage today. Thanks everyone for joining. It's been a great time. We'll be posting a lot of this content online in the next little while, so stay tuned for that. And for me and everyone else here with the Orbit show, thanks for tuning in.
of the Filecoin Orbit Summit, which has been happening over the past 2 days. Next up, we have Devin Finzer. He is the CEO and co-founder of OpenSea. And if you're not familiar with OpenSea, you have surely just woken up from a coma, because OpenSea is the biggest secondary marketplace for NFTs. You know, those unique and many times artsy at this point crypto tokens that people will not stop talking about. So OpenSea has seen such impressive growth in this last year, which that would be good enough for a keynote as is, but also the marketplace has integrated with Filecoin in an effort to make NFTs and the new digital art world that's springing out of that technology permanent and persistent for the future of Web3. So it is my pleasure to introduce Devin Finzer of OpenSea to this virtual stage.
Hey everyone, my name is Devin. I am the CEO and one of the co-founders of OpenSea, and I am here to talk about future of NFTs and in particular OpenSea's Filecoin integration. Maybe slightly less of a technical talk than the other ones, but hopefully should be fun. So a little background on us, I'll go through these pretty quickly, but what is OpenSea? Well, we're a peer-to-peer non-custodial marketplace for NFTs. We also build a lot of tools that allow collectors, creators, and partners to get involved in a new economy around the internet. And we've been around since late 2017. So I think most of you are probably familiar with NFTs, but put simply, they're unique assets with digital certificates stored and managed on the blockchain. And OpenSea is currently the largest secondary marketplace for NFTs. We allow any NFT to be bought and sold through a set of smart contracts. Something that maybe people don't always recognize about us is that NFTs go far beyond just collectibles. They can be really all sorts of things. So on OpenSea, there are experiments in, there are of course a lot of art projects, there's a lot of collectible projects, but there are also projects around music and audio. There are also things like ENS names, which are more like domain names. There's photography. And then one of the areas that I'm really excited about is gaming. So virtual worlds and other games have NFT components to them and can be bought and sold on OpenSea. Trading card games, event tickets. There's really a very wide design space for NFTs, despite the recent growing popularity of more collectible focused NFTs. So here's an example. This is a project called Decentralized, which is a virtual world. And one of the really cool things about this virtual world is you can own clothing inside of the virtual world and customize your avatar. So much like you might buy a piece of clothing in Fortnite, you can buy something in this game. But the unique thing is that not only can this NFT live inside of the game itself, right, which is shown here, it can also be bought and sold on secondary marketplaces. And you could imagine even a world where another game developer comes along and decides to integrate this clothing into their game as well. So there's these really early experiments in the gaming space that at OpenSea we're really excited about them taking off. So this is just sort of a reminder of kind of what does it mean to be an NFT. Well, we've had fungible assets like cryptocurrencies. We have these sort of semi-fungible assets, which maybe are interchangeable within a class, but non-fungible tokens are these kind of unique, one-of-a-kind type things. And then, so now diving a little deeper into the meat of this talk, which is to talk about some of the underpinnings of non-fungible tokens. So as a review, there are sort of three token standards out there today. The first is ERC20, which many of you are already familiar with. And this is basically a mapping from address to integer, which denominates how much of this particular coin user or an address owns. There's ERC 721, which maps unique identifiers. So for example, CryptoKitty number 1 to their owner, right? So ERC 721 sort of says this unique identifier is owned by this individual or this wallet. And then a new standard that has been sort of emerging and popularized over the last few years is ERC 1155. And the interesting thing about this standard is it almost combines ERC 721 and ERC 20 in a single smart contract. So it says there might be many different classes of things, and each of those classes are fungible within each other. So you could have a class of swords and a mapping of addresses to number of swords, and then a class of shields and a mapping there separately. And what's interesting about 1155 is it can actually, it is sort of a superset of the functionality of both ERC 20 and ERC 721. So looking deeper now to talk about sort of where Filecoin and IPFS come into play, it's important to understand the anatomy of one of these standards. So if we look at ERC 721, the really important methods to think about are owner of is one of them. And owner of basically tells you for a particular unique identifier, who is the owner of that particular NFT, right? So that's really one of those core methods that kind of encapsulates what NFTs or digital ownership is all about. It's really just being able to look up the owner. And then the second really important method is transfer from. So the ability to transfer that particular token ID from one address to another. And of course, this is only, this is permissioned by the owner of the token ID, right? So if you're not the owner, obviously you shouldn't be able to transfer it. And then there are other sort of bells and whistles here. For example, approving another address to transfer your tokens, which you're probably, those of you who are familiar with ERC 20 probably have seen that before. But really owner of and transfer from are kind of the key ingredients for a non-fungible token standard. Now, the question becomes, let's say that we have an NFT. How do we actually tell the world what that NFT looks like, right? So let's say we have, CryptoKitty number 12345. Well, how does the world know that, that's a blue CryptoKitty with, this description and these attributes and all of this sort of rich metadata associated with it? That is, it's not intuitive, right? From looking at the standard, you see all of these different methods, but where does it say what the token ID actually is, like what kind of NFT it is? And so that's where token metadata comes into play. So if you look at the ERC 721 standard, there's this method called token URI, which returns a URL or URI that tells the world where is the metadata associated with this NFT. So for example, this token URI might return an HTTP URL. And that HTTP URL, marketplaces such as OpenSea can go and grab the data from and sort of get a sense of what this thing is. So as an example, here's some metadata that if you grab, it's actually the metadata returned from that URL. You can see there's an image, a name, a description, and an external URL. And so these are how these, this is a little bit of a diagram on how all of this fits together. So you have the ERC 721 contract, which of course has owner of, which tells us who owns the NFT. And then you have the token URI, which returns a string and should take in a token ID here and returns a string. And then this URI returns the metadata. And you can see this is an image, a screenshot of how this item would look on OpenSea. You can see the name is here, the description is right here, and then there's all of these different traits and properties. And on OpenSea, we actually go and kind of grab all of that metadata, cache it in our own servers so that it can be easily served to the user without us having to go directly to the blockchain and directly to the source of truth. And the other interesting thing about this is, now that there's a standard for metadata, these items can live in multiple different applications. So this this is a different like looking creature, but you can imagine the same creature that shows up on OpenSea can then be brought inside of a virtual world like this one, which is called crypto voxels. And this open metadata standard really allows any application to go and build an experience around the NFT. In this, we also, one note is that OpenSea provides a convenient API that sort of deals with some of the challenges around massaging the metadata, merging the on-chain and off-chain data. But the point is that anyone can go and build an application that uses this NFT because it's sort of standardized to some extent. So that, I believe this is just the same slide, but so the challenge, of course, is that we, if we look at, for example, some of these URLs here, right, you can see that the image and the URL itself is just some server, right? So in this case, it's storage.google APIs, it's hosted on Google, the image. And that's not great, right? Because we really want this metadata to stick around and to be permanent, right? So that's where IPFS and Filecoin really come into play, is sort of where do we host this metadata for NFTs. Of course, we could store it on chain, but storing entire images and lots of text on chain tends to be pretty expensive. So that's where OpenSea kind of started to work more closely with IPFS and Filecoin. And we really wanted to create an experience for people creating NFTs that would allow them to have permanent storage of their metadata. But we did have some design requirements on our side. So on our side, we really wanted a flow that was easy to use and wouldn't be extremely high costs for every single user, right? So we didn't want people to have to pay tons of money or even really have to submit a transaction in order to mint a new NFT. But we also wanted power users to be able to create these decentralized, unstoppable NFTs that do have fully decentralized metadata. So what we came up with for our end product was allowing people to mint NFTs for free. So I'm not going to talk about it in this talk, but we have a system whereby users can mint NFTs, what we call lazy minting. So without having to submit an on-chain transaction, and we default to metadata that's stored on our own servers. But then we also allow users to freeze their metadata by uploading to IPFS and setting their token URI by submitting an on-chain transaction. And in terms of how we implemented this solution, we used the NFT storage service, which was sort of a convenient wrapper around some of the lower level IPFS and Filecoin APIs. We did this asynchronously on our backend, so we would have a queuing system that went and uploaded the metadata, and our front end would kind of pull for monitoring the status there. And then we also at OpenSea, we do everything through GraphQL. So we had this sort of like wrapper API that made a lot of this stuff more convenient for the front end. So yeah, now I'll go into a quick demo of how this looks on our website. So it's screen. So for those of you who aren't familiar, OpenSea has a testnets environment. So it's called testnets.opensea.io. And what's interesting about this testnets environment is it's sort of a version of OpenSea, but everything lives on the Rinkeby blockchain, which is, I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, but it's sort of a version of Ethereum, a testnet version of Ethereum. So this is like, you can kind of think of it as a whole different OpenSea experience on the testnets blockchains. So this is our creator tool. So I'll go here from Insight. So you click create, and this allows users to create brand new NFTs in sort of a self-serve way without having to go and deploy their own smart contracts and develop it themselves. So if we go here, and upload a new image. We'll say IPFS test NFT, and we can include lots of rich metadata about this thing. So we'll make it a link to a website, and we'll give it a description. We added it to a particular collection. And another thing that's kind of cool about our collection or our item creators, you can give it properties. So you can give it numeric traits. So this is just kind of me demoing stuff. You can also do other things, but we'll skip those. And what's cool now is, so we're all ready to create. We click create. And because I've already signed with my Ethereum wallet, you see that I didn't actually have to submit any transactions to do this because I'd already authenticated with my Ethereum wallet. And now the NFT is sort of lazily created. So it hasn't actually been minted on chain, but when we first sell it, it will become minted. And what's nice about this, again, from a design perspective, or sort of from a user experience perspective, is we can onboard users a lot more easily without having to have them pay tons of money in gas, right? Because at the end of the day, OpenSea is really a product that attempts to sort of make this technology more accessible to the mainstream. And so we really wanted to make it as easy as possible to create your first NFT. Now, but we go here into details and we see that we have the contract address, the token ID, but the metadata is editable, right? So because the metadata has been put on OpenSea servers, it means that we can go and edit it, right? And what we want to do is we want to actually create an NFT that's completely decentralized and does not it's not editable by users. And so we go back here and we go to freeze metadata. And this will use NFT storage, IPFS, to sort of permanently, it'll do two things. So we can click freeze here. So first it's going to upload the metadata to IPFS. So that's what's happening right now, which takes a little while. And then the user will submit a transaction, which I can do right now, to do set URI on the item, which basically sets the IPFS URI for this particular token ID and permanently saves the metadata. So I'll click confirm here, and then we'll just wait for the transaction to process. All right, so the transaction is processed. We can go and look at it here. And then now when we go to this item, we can look at the details again. And instead of saying editable, you can see that the metadata is frozen. And if we click on this, we can actually see the IPFS URL for this particular metadata. So you can see, the image was actually uploaded to IPFS, right, under /image. And then the rest of this, the properties, the external URL name description are kind of what we see here. The other note here is that we actually will, one of the things that OpenSea does is we'll go and sort of monitor the different NFT contracts to tell users and inform them whether metadata is frozen or whether it's on-chain, or sorry, off-chain or on-chain, and to sort of educate users about, or especially power users, about whether these NFTs are truly decentralized or whether they're more centralized NFTs. Again, I actually don't think there's anything wrong with sort of NFTs that use centralized APIs. I think often that can be the right thing for like a game or something where where you don't necessarily need as much decentralization. But for art pieces, I think, it can often be important to collectors to be able to see that their metadata is not going to sort of be taken out from under them. So I think that's sort of the demo piece of it. Of course, we can go and sell this NFT and all that. So then back to the finishing up the presentation. In terms of future opportunities, I think this is sort of more broadly speaking, so where could NFTs go in the future? Well, I think there's actually a lot of room to improve on metadata standards and make them richer and more interoperable and just allow you to represent all sorts of things. You can imagine broadcasting that something is an event ticket or a game item or something like that. There's opportunities for on-chain composability. And then of course, there's like tons of opportunities to expand to new blockchains and also to layer 2 scaling solutions. And just the last thing is that OpenSea is actively hiring developers. So, we're always looking for folks to join the team, either on the sort of blockchain side or even just people who are excited about building consumer-facing applications on top of blockchains. So definitely reach out to me if you're interested in a position.
Awesome, cool. Thank you so much, Devin. That was actually really interesting to see that done in real time with the demo. So I just have a couple questions. How many creators are using the freeze metadata function and utilizing IPFS for their NFTs?
Oh man, if you had given me that question ahead of time.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but is there even a range that you would know of?
Let me pull that up while you ask me other questions.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I guess the other question I had was, as you've talked to creators who are using OpenSea, is there hurdles that they talk about in utilizing IPFS and Filecoin that maybe the Filecoin ecosystem should think about as they develop upgrades to make this easier for creators?
Yeah, well, I think, I can bring that to my team and see if they have any feedback. But I do think for the most part, the NFT storage API was really friendly to use. I think, I don't know what the state of NFT tutorials that sort of bundle together, issuing NFTs and having metadata. So the developer, we try to make our creator tools as easy as possible and kind of simple for users, but I think anything that helps a developer go from 0 to fully decentralized NFT with metadata would be valuable, right? So just a sort of higher level API for doing that, I think would be cool, but that might already exist. So.
Yeah, that's fair. And then in terms of, you had sort of talked about some NFTs probably don't need to be on IPFS. And so I guess if you can talk about those 2 differences that you're seeing in the NFT market, what is that narrative in terms of, these fine art NFTs, if you could call this this group of people fine art at this point. I think some of it's very fine, but so maybe the fine art needs to be on IPFS, but you were talking about the gaming. So just expand on that part a little bit.
Yeah, sure. And I have a few numbers in terms of kind of the number of people using this frozen metadata stuff. So it's been growing significantly. So it looks like in September, we had around 78,000 unique uploads of metadata. So that's not unified by user, but it's sort of number of times people have uploaded metadata, which is, maybe it's not a huge number, but I do think that this is a pretty hidden sort of power user feature. And the fact that it's been growing, I think in August, it looks like it was 25,000. So significantly up from that. I think I'm pretty excited about, that number of people using the feature. And again, it's, it's sort of a feature that is really just for people who are creating NFTs, not just people who are buying. But then, to answer your question, I think it's a good question of whether all the data needs to be decentralized. I guess maybe it's just sort of a practical consideration. you're building a game where for example, a lot of games sort of generate their game items deterministically based on like the properties of the thing, right? It's hard to manage like uploading, to a decentralized file system for every single different game item. And then the other point there is just like, if the game goes away, then the game item's kind of not very useful anymore. So even if the metadata was like stored on a decentralized file system, well, you can't play the game anymore, right? So it's like there's already sort of a central point of failure. And so how much does it matter whether the metadata is centralized versus not? It's kind of
I see. Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't really thought of that. Although I guess there's this broader narrative that your like your skins or your characters in one game, if that game fails, maybe you'll be able to take it into a different game. And so if you really love that character, maybe that is worth it to have that, persistent over Web3.
Yeah, I think in the future, it's more of a practical consideration. Like in the future, when we have like unstoppable games that are like built on peer-to-peer systems and there's no more games like centralized game server. I don't know, I think that's much further down the road. But when you can create those sorts of things, I think having everything be decentralized is super important. But a lot of games are just like sort of this hybrid right now.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, Devin, thank you so much for joining us at Filecoin Orbit. That was awesome. Like I said, I thoroughly enjoyed having that demo. I learned by experience, and so that was great. So thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. And now for our closing session, we are wrapping up day 2 of Filecoin Orbit. And this is it. We're bringing on Colin Everin of Protocol Labs. He's going to give us an overview of all the amazing things that happened on day 2 and tell you more about how to get involved in the Filecoin ecosystem if that is what you want to do. So Filecoin, I'm sorry, not Filecoin. Colin, please take it away.
Bailey, my friends call me Protocolin, but you can also call me Filecolin, so you're not that far off in the introduction there. Hi, everyone. I'm super excited to talk about just a few highlights over the last week here. But before we do that, our production team has put together just a quick highlight reel of kind of the last couple of days here. So I'm going to throw it to them and introduce that video.
Community members from across the world came together to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of Filecoin mainnet launch.
I'm Nancy, one of the co-founders of IPFF News. I came from Shanghai, China.
Welcome to Filecoin Orbit community event for East and Southeast Europe.
If there's data everywhere in every major city, we can help funnel data to those storage providers. We have 17,000 deals on chain as of last week.
3,300 Filecoin storage providers have contributed nearly 12 exabytes of storage capacity.
To be able to store application data, to be able to store data sets.
There's a tremendous amount of innovation happening, right? Because this is a new infrastructure for financial services, for the internet.
So is the first year that the Internet Archive has started uploading parts of the web archive into Filecoin.
Coin is the file and the file is the coin. It's a transubstantiation rocket, a crypto economic packet. It's a virtuous virtual state machine, replicated and proven to be obscene.
So from NFTs to Web3 dApps to large data, we're really turned Filecoin into being the place where your Web3 data is stored, persisted, and accessible.
Let me talk a little bit about this thing that is going to make all of this on-chain innovation possible. User programmability had always been part of the roadmap.
Huge kudos to the team who actually did this hyperdrive upgrade about 8 months into the network.
Everything that's going on is being persistently stored in a decentralized storage mechanism, like Filecoin. And this is what a hybrid smart contract is.
Over the last 4 days alone, we've had 35 events in 12 countries, 5 continents, and 20,000 or more attendees. And so to the organizations, the individuals that are investing in the Filecoin ecosystem, thank you. This is absolutely just the beginning. That is just incredible. Just an amazing kind of slice up over the last couple of days. I'm told all of the content over the last few days will actually be available sometime this weekend on YouTube. So in case you missed a session, I know there's so much incredible content. Please take a look. Watch out for those. We'll send in an email or a newsletter once it's up there, and everyone can enjoy this content once it's up there. So I was thinking about doing just a quick day 5 recap of some parts of the week and also what happened today. So I'll get right into it. It's obviously impossible to put everything that's happened into the last year in the Filecoin community on one slide, but this is my feeble attempt at doing some of the highlights on one slide in the interest of time. In 12 months, the Filecoin community has built one of the largest data storage networks on the planet, which is absolutely incredible. We're estimating it to be roughly the size of Google Cloud in 2018. They built the least expensive large-scale storage network in the world, less than 1% of the cost of centralized storage today. The community has built the fastest upgrading the blockchain, more than 10xing the available chain bandwidth within 8 months of launch. The community has built an environment where builders can thrive. We have 10,000 developers thriving in hackathons, 250 applications live today, 500 new teams entering the ecosystem. We built the storage network of Web3. Over 7 million NFTs are stored on Filecoin, and we have integrations with about 75% of the largest smart contract blockchains in Web3. And we built over 25 categories of use cases on Filecoin, from NFTs to video to audio to the metaverse to all sorts of new use cases that we're seeing today. And when you think about the next year, I really believe the Filecoin community will catalyze huge innovations, many of which that were presented today. New use cases being enabled by the Filecoin virtual machine and EVM compatibility, scaling chain state and computation on the Filecoin network and improving the retrieval markets, the former of which can enable massive amounts of transactional throughput. Making Filecoin green and enabling Filecoin to be carbon neutral or ideally carbon negative. Catalyzing the next 1,000 startups in the ecosystem in the next 12 months, dramatically scaling the valuable data stored on Filecoin. There are actually hundreds of petabytes of data waiting to be stored on Filecoin today. And so I'm so excited to kind of cross the border and store all of that and more. And finally, accelerating the transition from Web 2 to Web 3, enabling large Web 2 clients and applications to adopt Web 3 tech using IPFS and Filecoin. So that's a quick snapshot. When you think about Filecoin Orbit, the last 5 days have just been such a massive success and just an incredible pleasure to see so many different faces in the community present all the amazing work that they've done. Over the last 5 days, we've had 35 events in 12 countries, over 5 continents, and 23,000 attendees and counting. And I'm sure once we post the content online, that'll continue to increase in the hundreds of thousands. We've had community events throughout the week covering topics like developer tooling, protocol improvements, NFTs, green Filecoin, policy, decentralized finance, and fintech, the metaverse, Web3 storage, enabling Web2 storage of data sets, the Filecoin retrieval market, and much, much more. And these have all been led with such incredibly passionate and organized community organizers from around the world. These are just a few of the names that have just put their hearts and souls in the last few weeks to make sure that these events have been a massive success. So my heart goes out. Thank you so much for organizing these incredible events. They've been super powerful for the community and have enabled a whole variety of opinions about the Filecoin ecosystem to emerge, which is super healthy. We have just a few pictures from the community events this week. We have some live events in Asia, Greening Filecoin, which is an amazing event a few days ago. We have live coding demonstrations. This has really helped augment technical areas. We had a workshop on building the Filecoin yield curve and decentralized finance on Filecoin, and another one in Europe. We've had a recruiting event, which was awesome. It was actually held in Gather, where folks could interact with each other. We had an amazing meetup in Lagos as well, and a few live events in Asia as well. And just yesterday, we had some amazing keynotes, including Brewster Kahle from the Internet Archive, Sergey from the Chainlink community. We had ZX talked about hyperdrive, Isaac talked about their Techstars accelerator, focusing on the Filecoin ecosystem. We had Stephen Lee talk about how much progress the Venus implementation has made. And when you go into today, I can't even put together all the amazing bits of information, but I'll start off with the introduction of the Filecoin virtual machine with Raul, which kicked off the day, which really unlocks a whole bunch of different use cases on the Filecoin ecosystem. So I'm super excited for that to come to fruition. Andrew Hill did an awesome presentation called Under the Bridge, which featured a whole bunch of the work that Textile is doing. Jonathan Doughton featured a bunch of amazing work that the Starling Lab has done over the last year, including the Shoah Foundation and the Stanford Engineering Department, putting so many valuable data sets on the Filecoin network. And Ricardo actually, on this bottom right corner, ran a meetup in Italy yesterday, which was absolutely incredible, celebrating the last year of Filecoin. To go on, Alan Ransel did a kind of a synopsis of the Filecoin Green Initiative. The Phil Swan team did a presentation of how some of their dev tools are enabling the metaverse. Angie Lau and the Forecast team ran a live meetup in Hong Kong last night. And so you'll see a few pictures on the right-hand side of the slide there. It was really well attended. And Porsu did an amazing presentation on metaproofs, which was a new primitive that's being implemented into Filecoin next year. Dietrich interviewed Ani from Brave on some of our browser strategy with IPFS and Filecoin. We had, I believe, I'm going to mispronounce this, but I'll give it a shot. Chuklamika, who did a meetup in Lagos yesterday, which was absolutely incredible. Kuba presented on Snap Deals, which is a lightweight way of doing committed capacity sector upgrades. And we had David from Lit Protocol and Renil from Audius come join a panel on music, media, and culture, which really featured a lot of the creatives building on Filecoin. And then finally, we had a number of startups just coming into fruition here that presented their progress really in the last month. So all these startups actually had demo day just a month ago, and they had so much incredible progress to share in the last month that we had a lot to learn from them today. We had Mona present, Convo Spaces, WeatherXM, and CID Gravity, all of which had amazing updates to share since their demo day a few days ago. Now, if you can believe it, day 5 is not the last day of Filecoin Orbit. We have some incredible events tomorrow and on Monday. So I'll preview these right here. Tomorrow, we're doing a Web3 Metaverse Traverse on Filecoin Orbit. This will be an online event. On Saturday, we're also doing a Filecoin Orbit event in Warri, Nigeria. This is led by Charles, which is a super engaged community member in Africa. We have day 3 of Orbit Lagos, which is incredible. And then on October 25th, this is actually during the Wangsheng Blockchain Week, Bytebase is doing an Orbit meetup in the context of that broader conference, which is incredible. So please check out orbit.filecoin.io for details. The fun is not over. Please join some of these events. They're going to be incredible. Great. So I figured I'd just close things with some parting advice. I want to reiterate a few things Juan said in the opener today and add one more of my own. First, to the entire community, make sure you're thinking long-term. We are really building some of the building blocks of Web3 infrastructure, and the decisions that we make today will be embedded into the code for decades to come. Think of some of the early decisions made into the HTTP protocol that really are living with the consequences of some of those decisions, even many, many years later today. And so when you're developing a startup on top of the Filecoin ecosystem, when you're making contributions to the protocol themselves, please force yourself to zoom out 50 years from now and how some of the decisions we make today will impact things in the future. It's also just a great time to get involved because this tidal wave will only get bigger over time. 2, be resilient. For those who've been in the blockchain ecosystem for a while, we know there are ups and downs. We know there are tough challenges that we all need to overcome. So please break through those barriers. Be resilient in kind of our mission to create a better storage layer for the internet. When obstacles come your way, please push through those obstacles in advance of our larger mission. And finally, be ambassadors. We have thousands, if not tens of thousands of folks joining our community every month. And some of them are ready to build their first startup on Filecoin or IPFS. Some of them just want to follow along and be engaged community members. The quality of our community and how we invite and embrace those new community members into our ecosystem, that's going to dictate the culture of what the Filecoin community is for years to come. We're super mission oriented. We're focused on the long term. We're resilient. And those are the principles that I'd love to showcase to new folks coming into our ecosystem. So that's all for today. I really appreciate everyone being engaged and active in discussions all throughout the day, through the tech talks, through the ecosystem presentations, through some of the builders showcasing what they've built on top of Filecoin over the last year. Thank you so much for being with us, and we'll sign off for today. Take care.